はいはい、聞こえておりますでしょうか。あたごさんの鬼道場の車だと申します。How's everybody doing today? Hello there, Sword of a Demon. Congratulations on your first. Digby, hello there. You're up late. That's uncharacteristically so. Funemployed sounds like fun, though. I mean, yes, but in order to be funemployed, um, you need to benefit from a number of very unique circumstances. And hence, the advice given by anyone professionally funemployed should be viewed through that lens. We're gonna get to that momentarily. But yeah, we're gonna react to a little bit of slop. So people were pointing out what they perceived as the reactions of the people who were caught in another assassination attempt on a sitting president. You're tired of hearing funemployed? Why? What do you mean by that? Hello Gecko, hello Codename. What do you mean by funemployed? And then I'll tell you what I mean by funemployed. Sloppa, your favorite segment? You don't like Gray Zone? How dare you? That's because you're not playing it. But yeah, so an observation was just made on the people who were caught in this particular frame. Stephen Miller moves on top of his pregnant wife to shield her with his body. Pete Hegseth stands over his wife, surveying the room for threats while leaning over to protect her, which, good reflexive responses. It is a good demonstration of the fact that the administration is made up of real men, which is nice. This is an older segment that I wanted to play, just because, it is evergreen, so I'm not really missing out on not having played it even earlier. You covered it briefly in the dumpster dive. The guy was a clown. The shooter? I mean, he comes with the clown hair pre-installed. All he was missing was a nose. You hear 9 out of 10 times that you're not working, you're choosing to be a leech. Yes, that's what that is pretty much what funemployed is. Well, not necessarily. I characterize funemployed as people who don't work a real job but still extract some kind of income from it. And some of those people are more successful than others. But we will get to that. Just runs in and expects what? Dude had a very, very, I would say a terminal case of main character syndrome. We have a close-up of his loadout that we're going to take a look at momentarily. Hey, no, we can do it right now. So, Clown Hair McGee over here. I mean, that's... If you needed a reason to not race mix, Exhibit 1. But yeah, so he had a Mossberg Maverick 88, also known as like the cheapest pump action shotgun that you could ever try to look for without it actively disassembling itself while you attempt to shoot it. Like, I mean, props to him for at least not buying a Turkish shotgun. But Maverick 88 is definitely fucking one of the shotguns of all time. 3 knives, yes, Digby, well noted. 3 knives is why I have diagnosed him with main character syndrome. I would like to hear the justification. What was the tactical rationale for having a boot dagger, a Kabar knife, and a Timu kunai? Why? Why? What was the imagined scenario there? Did bro just terminally overdose on the entire John Wick series and believe that he was him? That's the only explanation that I can see. He was probably under the impression that he could Sam Fisher his way in. He's from LA. I am aware of that. Yes. I am aware of the fact that he's from LA. His loadout is partially influenced by being from LA because the shotgun is from the from the register or from the Californian shotgun roster, as is the handgun, which is it's a 38 Super, mind you, not 38 Special, so it's slightly less funny. What is his rationale that he was going to throw them in a pitch? I mean, at least one of them is a dedicated throwing knife that's good for nothing other than that, and throwing a knife is the worst use of a knife that you can think of. So, yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. It would seem that his inspiration was watching Naruto in more ways than one. Like, I understand having extra ammo on you as a precaution. I do not understand having 3 sets of knives. Congratulations on your watch streak, Echo. But yeah, the California compliant 1911 and 38 Super. Again, not as funny as 38 Special, which would have been hilarious. 38 Super is basically 9mm with a little bit more propellant in the case. That's about it. So slightly less hilarious. Some people are saying it's a false flag. Well, the timing would make sense. You're unconvinced. I mean, a false flag violates Hamlin's razor. I am sorry, you just have an entire state of clinically insane people who the mainstream media has been propagandizing nonstop since 2015. Talking about how interchangeably calling Trump the Antichrist, Hitler, and Pol Pot all at the same time. So yeah, people were saying that, oh well, he's obviously an intelligent man, and I guess working as an actual real life engineer, I guess he's functionally intelligent, but practically retarded. You'd think they'd love the Antichrist? Well, no, because it depends on who's criticizing him. If you have like conventional outlets, I guess, yes, for them, they wouldn't go for that angle. If we're going for the theater kid right, or as Crowder calls them the Marxist right, no, they really enjoy pearl clutching their own misinterpreted canon, claiming that he is the actual Antichrist. And then they accuse him of trying to fulfill the Old Testament prophecy that would bring upon the return of the Messiah and the end of the world. But if you're Christian, you're supposed to want that. So it's a whole fucking mess. That kind of comes with the territory of being chronic liars. But yeah. Apparently, this man's name is John Doyle, and yeah, he's made a pretty solid comment on the state of things. I think this is referring to the fact that it turns out that the supply of radical racists and right wingers in the U.S. is so low that the SPLC had to spend millions of dollars manufacturing hate groups, and all of a sudden. Has anyone seen Nick Fuentes recently? He's been awfully quiet. What's wrong? You don't work non-billable hours? Spurgy Gonzalez doesn't do work for free, I guess. Evangelicals wanted rest are of the it'll happen and it'll suck mindset. I guess then evangelicals are just closer to living by the actual written word of the original texts. Listen, there's a reason why I call people of the book an apocalyptic death cult, because that's kind of the whole point of the thing. All right, let's give it a listen.
Whether or not this is actually an op ultimately is irrelevant, because the behavior would be the same either way. Op, no op. If I were in charge, I wouldn't have the behavior be any different. I would want these people to behave in exactly the same way. And when I said this 4 years ago in reference to schizophrenic black rapper Kanye West talking about loving Hitler and then ambushing Donald Trump at his home on Thanksgiving to create the greatest PR crisis for him since January 6th, remember, this was at a time too where Trump was already facing primary challenges. Donors were leaving, allies were leaving. It was
audio is a bit low for me or for him. Which audio? For him, okay.
Poised to be DeSantis 2024, Nikki Haley 2024.
Let's run it back. Let's run it back.
Whether or not this is actually an op ultimately is irrelevant, because the behavior would be the same either way. Op, no op. If I were in charge, I wouldn't have the behavior be any different. I would want these people to behave in exactly the same way. And when I said this 4 years ago in reference to schizophrenic black rapper Kanye West talking about loving Hitler and then ambushing Donald Trump at his home on Thanksgiving to create the greatest PR.
Excuse me? Schizophrenic homosexual black rapper.
Crisis for him since January 6th. Remember, this was at a time, too, where Trump was already facing primary challenges. Donors were leaving, allies were leaving. It was poised to be DeSantis 2024, Nikki Haley 2024. We would lose. Then, just like every other time, you get the clown show to come in and attach itself to legitimate right-wing opposition. It's literally this. It's the same play every time. I remember having to explain to people that you're not going to become president by saying that you love Hitler. And they replied to me, so you're saying that it's not the Christian thing to do to say that you love Hitler? It doesn't matter if you want to say it's the Christian thing to do. If you go out of your way to tell everyone that you love Hitler, you're not going to win a presidential election in America. And then they took that and they ran with it and said, John Doyle says it doesn't matter if it's the Christian thing to do. Yeah, me when I deliberately lie, me when I have a lying tongue, you fucking worm. How did that turn out for you, by the way? Who's in the White House, by the way? So, yeah. It'll be interesting to find out, I think, in 10 years which laboratory the retard right was designed in, provided that, you know, this other iteration was designed by the SPLC, ADL, FBI, DOJ, all that stuff. In the meantime, I suppose that we'll just have to kind of get through it like we always do.
Yeah, very based, very correct, very accurate.
Whether or not this is actually an op, ultimately is irrelevant.
Kanye is the one catching strays instead of you for a change. When have you caught strays, Gecko? How long until the U.S. has a black rapper president? I mean, given that... What do you mean? That's Trump. We already have one. We're currently under him. Okay. Get your blood pressure medicine ready, because this one is it's gonna force me to glow, but fortunately not in a way that's prosecutable on American soil. Another shrine roof in Japan has been stripped of its copper in large quantities. The victim is the Koyasu Shrine in Kamimuguchi in Komatsu City. Because the copper plates were torn off, the main hall is now leaking when it rains. The local community leader said everyone in the community is devastated. The shrine is something we've all cherished for generations. Shrines in Japan aren't just buildings. They've always been there, quietly protecting the land, watching over the people, and in return, locals have continued to offer their prayers. This isn't theft. This is destruction of something deeply rooted in our culture. How many times is this going to happen? I mean, it's going to happen for as long as Japan allows it, realistically. It's going to happen until the first hanging for doing that. You still say that it's Indians behind this, or a gypsy, but close enough. I mean, realistically, what is the real difference between an Indian and a Pakistani? They're, like, phenotypically, there is none. You know, it's just one of them rapes girls because, well, Muhammad allows it, and the other one rapes girls because he can. Little girls, I might add. Like, what is the material difference between an Indian and a Pakistani? I fail to see the distinction. And both have nuclear weapons. I mean, thankfully, none of them have a delivery method that would reach anyone other than India and Pakistan, so one can hope. Aren't Pakistanis cleaner? I don't know about that one. See, I understand that Mohammedanism sort of prescribes a form of cleanliness. I don't think it's the same thing. It is not the same concept of cleanliness as we imagine, as like generalized hygiene. I am told that the Pakistani meat markets are a thing of marvel. So no, I wouldn't. I would hold my breath because I really don't want to experience that. But compared to Indians, okay, that is just an unfair standard. It's like asking if I would like to be stabbed or shot, you know. But yeah, I think that the reason why I said that $20 said that it was a Mohammedan, it is because I think it was someone legitimately so low IQ that they did not consider the second order consequences and they just wanted to steal the copper, and they did not take the additional analyzing step to realize that this is a shrine populated by the jinn. So I think that's about it. The wanton disregard for the building and for the shrine itself is just characteristic of someone who is entirely foreign. And sadly, this has been inflicted on the Japanese people by LDP, by the same party that is currently in power. I hope that the pivot goes beyond rhetoric, but they are kind of Tory-esque in the sense that they have been in power for 35 years. And they've only switched up their rhetoric to be pro-nativist because Sanseito was about to eat their lunch. And I would like to see a little bit more happen. I think that Japan needs to start self-isolating more meaningfully, because in the span of 15 years, okay, fine, not 15, but in the span of 10 years, Japan has turned itself from a place where you could lose a wallet full of cash and have it be delivered to you through police cooperation with it being untampered with, to this. And this is entirely self-inflicted. Copper tiles implies they were taking them to sell. A Muslim wouldn't really think to do that. They target the statues. Again, are Muslims devoid of profit motive? Muslims steal just like any other third worlders do. The concept of Izat is not only is it not exclusive to Indians, I think Izat originates in Pakistan. The entire third world is depressingly similar, Digby. They think alike. They may make up justifications that are slightly different. They may make reference to different backwards morality systems, but at the end of the day, all third worlders are roughly the same, at least in what drives them. So I wouldn't put it past it being some kind of, I don't know, an immigrant from Ghana or fucking what's a sub-Saharan African country. Just as easily as it could have been a Kurd. Probably, you know what? Never mind. It's more likely that it was a Kurd, just because there is a critical mass of them. So yeah, if they strip them to sell them, they are likely to pop up somewhere at a point of resale where copper would be accepted as an item of resale, and hopefully the whatever site receives them has the wherewithal to report them to the local police. It's probably a Romanian. I don't know about that. So first of all, we need to delineate between Romanians and gypsies, because materially different. Romanians steal horses and bicycles, and gypsies steal everything else. But there is not a critical mass of either in Japan. Japan is kind of far away. The Romanian pattern of criminality is still is still one that is driven by poverty, and is kind of difficult to be both in poverty but also reach Japan from Eastern Europe. Romanians also don't like to be called gypsies, well, because they also hate gypsies because they're not gypsies. I can understand that. So there's that. All right, so Leaflet did a thing, and I half think that the wording is deliberate to be bait. I'm not going to play the music because, first of all, I will likely get a copyright strike, and I don't like having those. Secondarily, you know what? It's, as far as anime AI generated anime songs go, it's probably on the better side. So go and listen to it on your own free time, just on Leaflet's channel. The American mind cannot comprehend that every European has an SS uniform in their closet specifically for when conversations turn to gypsies. No, I can actually very easily imagine that. Digby, you underestimate how much time I've spent in the Balkans. Oh no, I am fully aware. Interestingly enough, a place where I grew up had a gypsy favela. So no, I am actually well aware. Let me refill my tea before I experience this. And I've seen otherwise intelligent people really have some strong feelings about this statement that Leaflet made, and we're gonna talk about it. I'm not gonna name names. You know who you are, so we're gonna let it play. University is a scam. That's the name of the Any song. We're going to rely on closed captions for the context here. It's relatively catchy. Oh, we can't rely on closed captions because it's... There we go. All right, I'm going to teach you a cheat code for life. University is a scam. Everyone's starting to realize it. 4 years that cost over $120,000. It is very funny that a California refugee can't really internalize the concept that community college also exists, but okay. Who has that kind of money? Nothing but leftist propaganda, every single day brainwashing you. The only thing you'll learn is how to be gay. So that's basically the core. I forget. That's not the chorus. That's like the meat and potatoes of the song. Completely compromised, chasing dreams of your childhood. No eternal tutorial mode. Don't accrue any debt. Choose a new path. Okay. So we're going to focus on some of the actionable pieces of advice here. Okay. Drinking and partying is for retards. I'm going to have to agree with that, but that's not what universities are for. Start a business instead. Remember how we were supposed to not accrue any debt? Somewhere a T-man is very angry. Grab your own future by yourself. Let's play a little bit more and then we'll go into it. Okay. Anything except STEM is just a waste of time and money. So that's sort of half correct at the very least. But yeah, let's break this down. Universities have gotten pretty shit the more they become businesses. Digby, anything that cannot extract value for the service that it provides isn't worth existing. I'm sorry. Like, a university has to be a business. Universities have gotten shittier because they don't have to operate as pure businesses. The reason Ivy League universities can indulge in commie gobbledygook is because they receive obscene amounts of federal money. If they had to compete in a free market with, but with, for example, how effective a degree they give is at landing a job, you would see all of the queer language studies fly out of the window instantaneously. It's not even funny how quickly nature would heal. As usual, most problems are solved by the federal government, commies, or both. The rule has yet to be proven wrong. And this is very much more of the same. But let's couch this first of all, whenever you consider taking on someone's advice, just consider who the advice is coming from. Let's consider Leaflet for a moment as a source of life advice. Leaflet is what? I don't think she's in her 30s even yet. Maybe touching 30 just yet. Allegedly a unicum wunderkind who pulled her family out of poverty because I guess she cashed out her shares, her equity out of Riot, which, you know what, for the purposes of today's discussion, I'm just going to believe that. That's great. That's very cool. Not everyone has access to founding capital cash as part of, working for a Californian tech startup. That's a pretty unique set of circumstances. It is unique not only to the U.S., I would say even in the U.S., that is a circumstance that is only going to be applicable to maybe like 2% of the population in a very specific time, in a very specific place. So let's just understand that Leaflet is coming from a life trajectory that is very difficult to replicate. And because of that, she lacks a lot of perspective. And the people taking her advice whole cloth without critically applying it to their circumstances are in for a very, very rude awakening. So the advice of just start a business, she got lucky. I mean, again, if we are to buy in to the sort of lore that seems to be proliferating, she did put in a significant amount of work. She was smart with her financial decisions. She reinvested every bonus that she got. Very good. So it was a lot of personal grit, but it was also, I wouldn't say that it's lucky, but there is a certain component of right place, right time. So there is that. You can call that luck. I would like to be more specific, because people perceive luck as just to be, a free lunch. That does not seem to be the case. However, it is a very niche experience. You take a lot of risk by participating in small companies that pay you in equity. It's good that things panned out for her. From my understanding, she was a code monkey at the company and, was paid appropriately. Some of the orders of magnitude of the payments I'm dropping my tracking camera. Some of the numbers don't entirely make sense to me. I'm not going to explore that too much. But I disagree with the core premise, like when you make blanket statements, I'm going to push back on them because I am a big opponent of simple solutions to complex problems. Is university a scam? Just as a blanket statement of fact, no. It's not even statistically true, as someone in the Discord tried countering to me. No, it's not even statistically true. University degrees are as rather, how should I put this? A university degree is as useful as the job that you can get with that degree is profitable, basically, in the current labor environment. So if you go out of your way to pursue a degree that's, I don't know, underwater African dance studies, and at no point does any authoritative adult stop you, you deserve that. You did that to yourself. Your parents didn't seem fit to intervene. Put the fries in the fucking bag. You get what you fucking deserve. Hello, Dom. Hello, Crespian. Thank you for the double hydrate. I shall take 2 sips of my mineral water. Thank you. There you go. 2 hydrates. At the same time, happy Tuesday. At the same time, there are still a lot of professions, and she did caveat that, to be fair. Like, the title is to a certain extent bait, and did I take the bait? Yes, I did. She did caveat that STEM degrees do not fall under that statement, which is actually an important caveat, because a lot of degrees, even, by percentage, are still STEM degrees. So you're making a blanket statement while understanding Actually, a significant part of what you're describing doesn't really satisfy the rule. Hydro-homies to hydro-homie communication? Hell yeah. In addition to STEM degrees, there are also business degrees, and not just business administration. There are marketing degrees. There's still a lot. There are a lot of niche degrees that generate a certain kind of expertise that are very much in demand in the current labor market. Made a pretty bad mistake of degree choice. Well, see, that's on you. See, my business degree paid for itself 3 times over. And I am not the exception. I am actually the rule. Business degrees, on average, have a very good conversion rates to being employed and to being well compensated. Because you learn things about, how to operate in a corporate environment. You learn certain do's and don'ts of professional behavior. And while those are mostly soft skills, it's not really a hard skill that you can get certified in. With certain exceptions, yes, you can dig deeper into like project management stuff. There are certain certificates there. Like I have my Kaizen certificate somewhere. But it is largely soft skills. And you need to learn those soft skills somewhere. And you can either try to just, vibe and intuit this thing and spend 5 years, lose a lot of opportunities, sort of developing a professional culture that's going to be local to your place of operation, or you can receive a relevant education and then have those credentials and convert them into paid work. You remember me telling you about those Horde starting years? Listen, my circumstances were slightly, I wouldn't say unique, but they were part of a certain trajectory. And yeah, I went to work into consulting. Consulting is a crucible. You either fucking crack or you come out cash money on the other end. You don't necessarily have to go into consulting. Consulting is to C-suite executives what prison is to American rappers. You need to do at least one stint for people to respect you. It's sort of a credential in and of itself, but it is an important credential. And you know what? I think young people do require to go through some kind of hardship. You need to overcome circumstances. You need to experience what I can't term as anything other than suck. Like, you need to be rubbed against the very coarse surface of reality in order to propel you to better and bigger things. And I think that's healthy. And you can't do that without a degree, because consulting firms don't fucking want you without a degree, because they want to be sure that you have a certain baseline understanding of certain financial terms. They need to understand that you can use, a certain suite of PC products. Make the suck stop. That's on you. I'm sorry. Just as I've explained a couple of days back in the Discord, stopping the suck is on you. The most you can ask the most you can ask for from other people is to not get in your way. But then you get to take authorship and ownership of your success. You get to take you get to point at a thing, and that thing might just, be you living relatively comfortably, and you can say, "Hey, I did that." You need to experience the suck. You can't do that without a degree. Trying to exist on your own at 19 is the suck. Tends to let you realize what you would go. Wait. Tends to let you realize what you would go get a degree for. I mean, that is another. Again, am I claiming that trajectory is unique? I am making a more generalized statement that young people need to encounter unpleasant circumstances. You very much, even if a silver spoon is present, it needs to be removed early on enough so that it doesn't become, fused to someone's spine. And if you want to see examples of someone who didn't have the spoon removed early enough, that would be Hassan Piker. But yeah, that is also a possible trajectory, as I've just explained. You experience the suck in order to aspire to better things. Piker is a spoon, a little spoon. But that would imply that the Twitch CEO is the big spoon. Do we really want to give him that honorific? Although given that Hassan's native T levels are extremely low to the extent where he needed to get on TRT before the age of 30, that means that he was exposed to very low levels of DHT growing up, and that means his spoon is very little. I was not expecting to discuss that today, and I would like to stop right the fuck now. Every T set has a spoon beyond which there is no smaller. TRT and a hair transplant? Does he need... Wait, does he need it? Did he need a hair... Again, I don't know if he needs a hair transplant. If he's blasting TRT, and he's not blasting... I think he's admitted to using what is it, minoxidil and some other compound that suppresses DHT. Because once he got to reference ranges, thanks to being on TRT and thanks to shutting down, he's on minoxidil. Minoxidil. So if he's using minoxidil, it doesn't mean that he needs a hair transplant. It means that there's still hair there to support. I'm thinking, for some reason, tirzepatide comes to mind, but tirzepatide is a GLP-1 agonist. It's an unfattening drug. It's put down the fucking fork in the form of an injection with a black box warning. So I'm thinking of something else, but the name of the medicine currently escapes me. But yeah, because he got on TRT, he first of all he shut down his internal production completely. So unless he is also taking a very well designed fertility treatment, he's very likely sterile because he has no native production of testosterone, and that kind of messes with the entire circuit of it. Secondarily, once he started experiencing normal testosterone, he started experiencing spikes in DHT because DHT is a product of the body processing testosterone. So that's where he would have started balding. And I think he also takes something that's DHT suppressant. But point being, he's a miserable fuck, both. I mean, it does explain why the woman who he's, I guess, non-committally dating doesn't want his kids. I mean, if these are the cards you're dealt out of the box, I mean, I can see why no woman wants to procreate with you. All right, this came across my feed. I don't know what this is. I think it looks very much like body cam, probably made by the same people. Let's shave it and start a cult. I mean, you can just shave it and be normal. Just start lifting. Why does the breathing sound as if it's a small child, and why is the small child waving around a Tokarev? I mean, this is China, okay, so that explains the Tokarev, but why is it a small child? Wait, but this is body cam, right? This is just body cam. Is that a Counter-Strike map? This is the level of shit you get to in Unreal 5. There's already a Western concept for this. I'm looking at the Chinese copy. Ah, okay. A Western concept of this. So this is a Chinese, but the Western concept you're talking about is body cam, right? The game casts you as an elite PLA soldier who is still in primary school. Okay, so you play as a small woman. I see. So this is body cam, but if you were a small trafficked woman in China, I guess. Okay. You forgot body cam was the name of the thing. Who's the developer of body cam? This is made by someone made Microprose and Monte Gallo. The thing that makes you elite, your body has the lowest amount of industrial waste out of all of the people in China. Yeah, it says it's Micropose. I don't know who that is. Hardcore Henry vibes. Well, body cam was hardcore Henry vibes. Still is. Well, I don't know what state body cam is in. I just looked at it and like, oh yeah, I'm not playing that on a laptop. If you're play Better Than Dead, you're going to pretend you're playing a North Korean refugee trying to get to port. I'm not entirely convinced that that's not the plot of the game. They're an old American studio. Sid Meier was there? Oh, okay. I guess they are either owned by the Chinese or they are the Chinese now. Let's see. Store body cam. Body cam. Right, who's the developer here? Raysod Studio. Okay, so different developer. I think Bodycam makes a bigger emphasis on gunplay. Like it's more tactical porn than this game. You know what I mean? They died years ago, so we're to see their name slapped on something. Okay, it's probably a skin suit that was bought up by the Chinese. They were probably bought up by the Chinese or by Embracer Group, one or the other. Yeah, this seems to be like if I'm only seeing a single platform, like we only have the one Tokarev. So I'm guessing this is more They Killed Your Cat than it is body cam. But it's also, you know, it has UE5 jizzed all over it. Like, look at this. Look at this. Just a second. That's just a Counter-Strike map. That's just DE Mansion. I'm sorry. What the hell? I am not offended by this. No, Terry, what's the name of the North Korean lady with who dissociated and has undergone a lot of plastic surgery? Yao Ming something, right? Who talked about how she was trafficked from North Korea to China and all that. Moonroon Ming? No, I'm pretty sure she was not called Moonroon Ming. This is Yao Ming. Damn, I can't remember. North Korean refugee girl, Joe Rogan. Yeoman Park. Okay, that's her name. Okay, Yeoman Park. So we'll just my head canon, thanks to Notary now, is that you play as Yeoman Park. You're expecting something with the Chinese to make an original map for Bodycam? I mean, the rest of it looks original enough, and the Chinese have made nice games. Like, you have to give it to them. Sadly, in the during the sunset of American game dev, largely brought on by Tencent, the Chinese studios have actually picked up the slack. Alice Madness Returns, the American McGee sort of universe of Alice. So the sequel was made by Spicy Horse Games, and I think that's a Chinese studio. It's a very solid game. People poo-pooed it at the time, and I completely fucking disagree. I think they were haters for the sake of being haters. It's okay. It's a 3D environment. Like I can believe that this is somewhere in Hong Kong. Yep. I'm blanking on the name of any other Chinese games right now, but I mean, for one, we have Marble Rivals, which is a Chinese game. Say what you want, still better than Overwatch.
And I thank you for that.
I think it's actually displaced Overwatch as the primary genre of porn. All right. Now, to continue on the emotional roller coaster of today, Black Myth Wukong, there you go. That's a Chinese game under the Tencent umbrella. Stellarblade is Korean. You're simply depressed by the realization there is not unraped good girls from North Korea. What did No Terry mean by this? Holy shit. Listen. Zenless Zen Zero? No, Zenless Zen Zero is Hoyo slop. The Hoyo animation team is cracked. Like, the character design, the Hoyo has that one dialed in. The gameplay is hot fucking garbage. Largely because it had to be optimized to run on phones. But okay, so no, Terry, listen, I understand the appeal of importing a woman who's not poisoned by the Globo Homo in her peak fertile years. Have you considered Cuba? You're gonna have to pay extra for her not having worked as a prostitute for tourists before, but I think on the upside you're gonna have a better value proposition than trying to catch one from North Korea. For one, because you at least don't have to deworm her. Oh, horrible. I guess it's an appropriate segue into what we're about to listen to here. Remember how we were all discussing and speculating, rather, if Jasmine Crockett is a fucking retard? Well, look no further.
And I thank you for that. Does the gentleman yield back?
Yep, yield back.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman. With that, I recognize the ranking member, Jasmine Crockett.
Thank you so much. And I hear your rage. And I don't have children and literally have never lost a child nor had one injured to actually really be in your shoes. But one thing that I can tell you about the redirection is because so often what we see happen is politicians play games. The reality is that if you are talking about a sanctuary city, then we're talking about city government. We're talking about local control, something that the Republicans used to espouse that they believed in. They used to believe in whoever lives in that city, you elect who is going to run that city. And that city...
Yeah, but that's the thing. The city still can't break federal law. That's kind of an understood part of the supremacy clause. You, as an alleged practicing lawyer, should know that.
Whether it's the police department, which is the police department and law enforcement that make the decisions about what they do. We don't pick the police chief for any given city. Not on the federal level. That comes from the city level. That comes from whoever the people of that city actually elect to represent them. I believe in local control. Same thing, I live in Texas too. And baby, I wish I didn't have to deal with Governor Greg Abbott, but local
based, but for all of the wrong reasons.
Control dictates that he is the governor of our state, and therefore we have state reps, we have state senators, and we have a governor, and we have county elected officials and city elected officials. We are sitting in Washington, D.C. right now. We are on the federal level. So what I believe in,
Yes, and enforcement of immigration law is actually a federal jurisdiction.
is something that the Republicans used to scream, which is local control. So when we're having a conversation and a hearing about the human toll, the title specifically is the human toll of sanctuary policies, stories from victims and families, my deal is we aren't the ones that decide what cities do. So what they've decided to do is they've decided to play on your pain. And that is why I am frustrated. Because hear me when I say this. I have seen people, whether it was an American citizen.
I hate that fucking verbal tick. Hear me when I say this. Woman, I would wish to never have to hear your ratchet yap open a single additional time. Please go back to your primary trade of working the fucking pole and sucking the chrome clean off of an F-150 bumper. Holy shit.
Or not that killed your child or harmed your child, I believe it's wrong. To me, it wouldn't have made it any less painful. And I could be wrong again because I don't have any kids. But if for some reason it had been a U.S. citizen that ended up harming or killing your child, the pain would still be there. It would still hurt. So the reality is that what we need to...
Let's take account of what's happening right now. Jasmine, fucking promoted with ankles behind her head Crockett, is lecturing a mother whose child was killed by an illegal immigrant about her not having the right to be offended over it. Are you for fucking real?
To do is make sure we are protecting everybody in this country.
No. We're not supposed to protect everybody in this country. We are supposed to protect American citizens. Thank you very much.
Wake up and somehow people look and see that there's a D somewhere around my head or something, and so therefore I am...
There's a D up your ass every other week, I can tell you that much.
Going to somehow be precluded from harm becoming me. When I go out to do policy work, and I've worked on the state level too, the policies that I was writing when I was on the state level are different from the federal level because we have different levels of control. The one thing that we do have control of, you may have recognized that the DHS secretary, as we're talking about immigration, she had to come before this committee. I want to say maybe a day or two after she came before our committee because we have jurisdiction over her. We don't have jurisdiction over your mayors. We have jurisdiction over her.
Yeah, and the mayors are the ones preventing federal agencies like ICE from executing their mandate to remove these people from the country before they can commit a violent crime.
She lost her job. The DHS secretary is gone. Now, to be clear about this, the Republican president is the one that put her out of her job because she was failing. So the reason...
Yeah, what was the failure, though? The failure wasn't she was deporting too many people.
The reason that my colleagues have brought these things up, and this isn't to say that the harm and the hurt that you are feeling, that you should not be feeling that. It is wrong. Again, even as a criminal defense attorney, I can't tell you how many times I was begging clients to enter pleas. In fact, it literally made me remember a case that I had with a guy who was a veteran. He had served this country. He ended up being put on some new medication, and he also ended up drinking with that medication. Now, the medication had a warning on the bottle. But he went out, he drove, and he killed someone's mother. That client told me he had no criminal history. He told me over and over and over, he said, just give me whatever they're gonna give me. They offered him the max, which was 20 years, and I could not in good conscience, knowing that a jury would not give him the max. The only reason we went to trial is because the prosecutor wanted to be so greedy.
What the fuck does this have to do with anything, though?
That jury did not give him 20.
All she's doing right now is just burning daylight, filibustering the hearing. That's all she's fucking doing here.
He was willing to take 15 years. I am here to tell you that it is never right to break any of our laws. So the reason that we have gone down the line and the reason that we brought Mr. Romanucci is because we actually have control over CBP and DHS. It's just, and ICE. It's just that these guys don't want to.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If CBP weren't paroling illegals into the country for 4 years nonstop, this hearing wouldn't need to happen now, wouldn't it?
Exacerbate, use that control. They sit there and they allow U.S. citizens and non-U.S. citizens to have their rights violated, and that is something within our
Listen, woman, you can exacerbate when you get back at home and you're too lazy to use your mouth.
If I lived in one of your cities, in fact, I am in Dallas. Dallas has a Republican mayor. To be a sanctuary city doesn't necessarily mean that you provide sanctuary. It means that you're not going to do the federal government's job. That's what it means. They are local law enforcement. And what it means is that they are not going to sit there and do the job of federal agents. That is what
I guess alerting a federal agency of when an illegal alien is about to leave their custody is doing the Fed's job.
Sanctuary city means. But to be clear, again, and I have more articles, the city of Houston was not, when you talk about someone being a sanctuary city, it is an official policy that they are following. It can't be that it's one person. It's the official policy of the city. Otherwise, it doesn't work if it's just one person. I will yield. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence.
Sure. Yes, gentleman is recognized.
Thank God she won't be back next Congress, but
Based.
like
Just
Okay,
to answer Ms.
I probably brought, by the way, they're not laws. I probably
This woman is a failure of the Lincoln era. Listen, she's also a very likely failure of the normalization of female birth control.
broke all kinds of rules today, just so you know, and I don't care, you know?
When Ms. Crockett said she doesn't have children, so she doesn't know, I mean, we're not wired to process the type of tragedy that we're living. We're not. There are no words. I will tell you, it does feel different when an illegal immigrant kills your children than it does an American, because it was preventable. It feels different. Not that I know that because I have had an American kill a child, but when something's preventable and your life is ruined from something that's preventable, it does hit a little different than what I would imagine it would feel like just a regular casualty. Loss in itself is so difficult. There's no words. Loss is loss. It is very tragic. What we're dealing with when it's preventable, when these people have done something and they weren't asked to leave. If I were to go to Honduras, where the woman who killed our children is from, and I would kill 2 teenagers there, I'm not getting any rights from the Hondurans. They're not giving me rights. It's different. This is preventable. So I think it does hit a little different when our tragedy is preventable.
I commend this woman for being as articulate as she was in that situation, because she was within her full rights to just call Jasmine Crockett a vapid skank and probably drop a slur right after that. Losses 9 lines. I think I know what the reference is to, but
let's talk about his.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, this is an interesting one. So, also came across my timeline. We all know who Raymond Ibrahim is. We saw him on Bogosian's Q&A, where he lit a fire under the ass of the fucking libtard cameraman. So I've been paying attention to his work, and this is an interesting observation, and I would like to listen to it.
Let's talk about historically how Muslims behaved.
But brother, please figure out OBS and a good camera setup, and that light is not great for you. Please, brother, come on.
As far as mosques and whatnot. So the first thing to keep in mind is, what's a mosque? Do you know that word? Mosque, we get it with the MOSQUE. That's sort of a French transliteration of an Arabic word, mesjid. Okay, so mosque means mesjid. And mesjid, sajad, means to prostrate. A mesjid is a place where one prostrates. That's it. So a mosque is not a building per se. Historically, when Muhammad was doing it, they didn't have buildings. They had maybe huts here and there that were built over places that that became his masjid where he prostrated. But by nature, a masjid, a mosque, is just wherever Muslims congregate and pray, which is exactly what they turned London's Trafalgar Square into, right? A couple of weeks ago. Now, for those who don't understand the significance of what it means when Muslims actually congregate together and engage in mass communal prayer, does that mean that, is that a supremacist takeover, as Timothy and many others said? Or is that like, no, we're just, come on, tolerance, we want to pray, give us a place to pray. So let me give you an interesting anecdote. One that Muslims are very fond of sharing as a way to show you how tolerant they are. But in the current context, it's actually going to prove the opposite about what we're talking about, where a Muslim prays, what happens to that place. So in the year 637, after the Muslims conquered Jerusalem, which was considered Christian land for centuries at this point, after Constantine the Great, even before him, but Caliph Omar, so the story goes, entered into Jerusalem in 637. And then he was talking to Patriarch Sophrinus. And basically, Omar said, it's time for me to pray. Now, Patriarch Sophrinus, of course, knowing absolutely nothing about this new creed, which probably had not even coalesced at this point into a meaningful, coherent religion, on hearing that this pagan wants to pray, he told him, go pray in the Holy Sepulchre. Maybe you can even repent there. Okay. And then Omar refused. And he said, and he just went to a side and he prayed somewhere else. And then when he came back, he said to the Patriarch Sophrinus, he said, do you know why I didn't pray in the Holy Sepulchre? And the Patriarch said, why? And Omar said, quote, if I had prayed inside the church, you would be losing it, and it would have gone from your hands, because after my death, the Muslims would seize it, saying, Omar prayed here. And this is from a 10th century.
That is an interesting observation. It gives very important context to the behavior of the Mohammedans in major cities across the world where they don't belong.
The Annals of Nazm al-Jawzar. Now, whether this is apocryphal or not is not the point. The point is that Muslims often use this to show you how tolerant Muslims were. That, look, Omar could have just walked into the Holy Sepulchre and prayed there, and then it would have become a mosque. But he didn't do that. He's tolerant. But in the current context, it really sheds light on how Muslims transform non-Muslim places into mosques. Because here it is. He basically said, Omar said, if I prayed in your church, that would have made it a mosque, and my followers would have taken it from you. And guess what? That has happened multiple times historically to Christian churches and to other non-Muslim temples of worship historically. And it's not just that, of course. The interesting point is that prayers are often seen, communal prayers are often seen as consolidating conquests. So if you conquer a non-Muslim region, the way you consolidate your absolute control symbolically is by having communal prayers, by creating a masjid.
It is ostensibly a power move, yes.
Right? A masjid, a mosque there. And there's, again, so many examples of this happening going back to Muhammad. Okay, so the Kaaba in Mecca was, of course, a temple, a pagan temple full of idols. And after he conquered Mecca, he marched in and smashed all the idols and prayed, and it became a mosque. Now it's the greatest mosque for the Muslims. Same thing with Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. It's built intentionally on what was Solomon's temple. They knew that. They knew that's Solomon's temple, and they built it there. Of course, the temple was gone by then, so they didn't have a chance to destroy it. But in the case of the Church of St. John, also in Jerusalem, very famous at the time church, the Umayyad Mosque was built atop it. How? Well, the Caliph Walid I, seized the church and completely destroyed it and cleansed it and rebuilt it as a mosque. That has happened on multiple occasions all throughout history. Now, the most
Make the cube of Buc-ee's that specializes in pulled pork. You drive a very hard bargain, sir. I personally am of the vision of converting the cube to a McDonald's branch. However, the Buckies is a stronger statement. It's a question of what kind of message do you want to send. If it's just America first and America globally, then we need a McDonald's. If we very specifically want to rub it in, then yes, I would say a Bucky's that's gonna permanently offer that the brioche bun pulled pork sandwich. That does kind of drive a harder point there.
Famous one, of course, which we can look at, is the conquest of the Hagia Sophia, Holy Wisdom, in Constantinople, and how that became a mosque. And luckily, unlike all the other anecdotes or transformation of non-Muslim temples into mosques, most of the ones I just mentioned, the Kaaba, even the St. John Church and Al-Aqsa, these are in the 7th and 8th century. So we don't have copious primary sources to look at the details, but we do have a lot for the sack of Constantinople and the transformation of Hagia Sophia into a mosque. So let's briefly look into that. As we know, the famous, and we have a lot of information because it's closer to us in time. The aforementioned ones are from the 7th and 8th centuries. Hagia Sophia, this is 15th century. So we have a lot of records. Anyone is interested, I've copiously recorded them in chapter 7 of Sword and Scimitar. And I'm going to give you some quotes actually here. This is where I sourced it from. If you want the actual citations, they're in the book in the endnotes. So on May 29th, 1453, the Ottoman Turks, the Muslims, finally took and sacked Constantinople, where Hagia Sophia is. And at the time, Hagia Sophia was about 1,000 years old, and it was one of the most glorious basilicas of Christendom at the time. So what did the Muslims do on entering this, magnificent church? Well, they engaged in abominations and rapes and all sorts of things. Here's a quote. They, quote, engaged
It's funny how the more things are different, the more they stay the same, isn't it?
in every kind of vileness within it, making of it a public brothel. On its altars, they enacted perversions with our women, virgins, and children, including the Grand Duke's daughter, who was quite beautiful. These are eyewitness accounts. She was forced to lie on the great altar of Hagia Sophia with a crucifix under her head as a way of mocking her, and then gang raped. All right? This is what they did on the altar of this church.
It's almost as if that's the standard MO for Muslims whenever they gain critical mass everywhere.
Okay. Then they paraded the Hagia Sophia's crucifix in a mocking procession throughout the camp, beating drums.
Well, hold on. I need to show this. This is magnificent. This is great. This is No, Terry, is it everything you wanted? It even has like there's the proper gas station on the outside. It needs to take up a little additional space because the cube itself is a little small. So it can only probably host like a gift shop. So you'd need to separate the food. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. You know what? You sold me on the Buckies. I think I will have to forgo my dream of converting it to the McDonald's. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's great.
Before it, and according to the source that I'm reading, crucifying Christ again with spitting and blasphemies and curses. They placed a Turkish cap upon his head, the statue of Christ, and jeeringly cried, "Behold, the God of the Christians." Okay. All the other churches in that ancient city suffered the same fate. Here's another quote. The crosses which had been placed on the roofs or the walls of churches were torn down and trampled. The Eucharist was hurled to the ground. Holy icons were stripped of gold, thrown to the ground and kicked. Bibles were stripped of their gold or silver illuminations before being burned. Icons were without exception given to the flames. Patriarchal vestments were placed on the haunches of dogs. Priestly garments were placed on horses. All, of course, as a way to mock Christianity and
Constantinople is why Vlad Tepes III was a hero, real and true.
Christians. And then, again, the quotes continue. Everywhere there was misfortune. Everyone was touched by pain when, quote, when Sultan Muhammad finally made his grand entry in the city. There were lamentations and weeping in every house, screaming in the crossroads, and sorrow in all churches. The groaning of grown men and the shrieking of women accompanied by looting, enslavement, separation, and mass rape. All right? These are all the quotes. Again, you can see them in Sword and Scimitar. Okay? Then, after all that, came the grand moment to consolidate Islam's triumph. Like I was telling you, first there's the sack and the rapine, and then finally you get the consolidation. Sultan Muhammad II entered Hagia Sophia, quote, marveling at the sight. But before long, he emulated his namesake, the Prophet Muhammad, who, as I mentioned, on entering the Kaaba had smashed all its idols. So now Sultan Muhammad ordered all the destruction of Hagia Sophia's many crosses, statues, and icons, and then he himself knocked over and trampled on the main altar of the basilica before ordering a muazzin to ascend the pulpit and sound their, quote, detestable prayers. Again, I'm quoting a contemporary Christian eyewitness. He continues, then this son of iniquity, this forerunner of Antichrist, mounted upon the holy table to utter forth his own prayers, thereby turning the great church into a heathen shrine for his God and his Muhammad. Okay, so that's what happens where Muslims pray.
So whenever someone tries to bring up the Crusades as a talking point, remind them of the fact that mass rape was actually not the MO of Crusaders. not
You're watching this.
Not part of the standard operating procedure of the knighthood. I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna post that Bucky's image on my Twitter. Let me see. I'm gonna post it. I'm not even going to add a caption to it. I'm just gonna post it raw. Send tweet. Wait, why doesn't it, why can't I send tweet? Discard. Just a second. Let me go into my post. Add a picture. There we go. Fantastic. Okay. Now, this is a weird video, and I kind of mostly disagree with it, and I think that the incorrect things that are said here mostly have to do with the fact that Americans don't quite understand cultural background because we've been made very atomized, and it's funny that who appears to be a second-generation Chinese, is also now very atomized and removed from the concept of lineage and continuity. But let's take a look.
You just joined a SoulCycle studio, maybe you just got your white belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and now you're up at 2 a.m. Googling, am I in a cult? You realize you've shelled out over $1,000 on something that was just once a hobby. Your instructor is starting to sound a little sus. Some of the rules are starting to sound arbitrary.
Trying to think how much I spent on judo, just as a point of reference, because that's like a more recent pursuit for me relative to all of the other martial arts I do. Let me think. I bought my gi for something like, I'm going to say $200 in Kyoto, the Sakura one I have. I think I paid $100 for the spare gi back when I visited the Sasaki Dojo. So that's like a total of $300 for just uniforms. You don't think he understands cults? He needs to read Diekman, maybe. Well, we'll take a look. The thing is that he applies a lot. He just misapplies a lot of literature about cults without understanding sort of the nuanced applications of a lot of these things. We're not understanding where these behaviors come from. So it's an education problem largely, but yeah, I don't think I've spent $1,000 on judo. Yeah, if we subtract like membership fees for places where I train, and I do my bag work in the same places, so not really just spending on judo. Yeah, I'm still less than $500 in, I'd say, and I didn't pay for my brown belt; it was just given to me, so. Yeah, no, I'm definitely not $1,000 into judo.
researchers have identified 8 characteristics that separate intense communities from dangerous groups. And when I personally tested my BJJ gym, it hit every single one. But so did some SoulCycle studios and some CrossFit gyms. Is there actually a difference between being cultish? I'm going to show you exactly how to tell the difference. We'll go through the 8 warning signs of dangerous groups, plus the 4 traits of truly malicious leaders. But the 8th red flag, it's the most dangerous one of them all. Understanding these red flags can help you recognize when it's time to get out, get out, get out, get out, get.
Imagine, well, okay, never mind. It's fine. He watches fucking Jordan Peele. More power to you.
Get out.
No, it's actually not clickbait. It's just he genuinely doesn't understand certain things.
Red flag number 1. Mystical manipulation.
The leader of your studio is portrayed as kind of like your guru. Do you have their picture framed in your studio? Do you bow to them at the beginning of your lesson?
What?
So that is Dr. Wynne Goodfriend. She's an actual psychologist and studies this stuff
Yeah, psychology is not a real field. I'm sorry.
for a living. And I sat down for a one-on-one conversation with her to discuss
And for one, like, means that there's something even worse at the end. So watch the whole video to get the worst thing at the end. Okay. I mean, it is kind of bookmarked, so I could just skip to the worst thing, but you do have a point. Yes, it is a common retention technique. But the point I was making is we're starting off from applying this atomized Californian lens of having any reverence for people that aren't yourself as being inherently maligned. So, oh, there's a picture of some dude on the wall and you bow to him. Yes, the dude on the wall is probably like the founder of your style. So if it's Kyokushin, it's going to be Masoyama. And it's kind of a big thing to found a style that, you know, does very positive things and is meaningfully distinct from things that other people do, because there's a reason why you want to learn within this, you know, specific tradition. And, you know, a picture of a dude on the wall is just usually easier to maintain than a full Shinto shrine. Usually a Kamiza would be like more traditional. So the photo is actually not a must-have for a lot of dojos, but you know, it's not out of the ordinary. What's that, Marines? Chesty Puller was real? Sounds culty. Yeah, exactly. Imagine having some kind of forbearance for people who came before you and created the circumstances in which you could pursue excellence.
us what cults actually are. You play basketball, right? So have you ever bowed to a picture of LeBron before a game?
Yeah, well, that's because basketball is a sport, and it was always a sport. It was always bred in circuses. It's not a martial tradition with lineage. Therefore, like it's a false dichotomy. You're not a false. It's a false comparison. It means that you don't understand what martial arts are, my guy.
Or, I mean, hey, for you old heads out there, MJ, dude, stop being weird. Okay, yeah, I figured I'd lose you on that one. So among the hobbies our wives and our girlfriends probably resent for the fact that they steal us away from them. This is probably and likely the first.
If your girlfriend does not or wife for that matter, does not understand that you need to allocate time to do man things as part of just, you know, being a normal man, that includes play fighting with other men, you have either failed to explain to her the utility of that action, or she doesn't respect you. Pretty sure that Larry Bird was a demigod, so that's not a bad shrine to put up. I mean, there you go. That would go into a Buddhist shrine. Usually Buddhist shrines are dedicated to ancestor worship or, you know, forebearer worship.
Real distinction. SoulCycle, CrossFit, BJJ, they all kind of have instructors that lead the workouts. So mystical manipulation is actually kind of pretty common here as a red flag.
But that's not mystical manipulation. That's just linear hierarchy. The person who knows more about the thing that you want to learn will have a higher place in said hierarchy because you have come to that person asking them to teach you.
Basketball, however, I mean, unless you're part of an organized team, you don't really have like someone leading the session. I think societally,
Again, if you're learning as part of a team that is supposed to produce results, no, there is that person. That person is the fucking coach or the team manager or both.
kind of have an unconscious sense of this too. It's kind of why people use the language of cult when it comes to Soul Cycle, BJJ, or other, group workout classes. Like you could be.
The language of cult is usually used as an attempt to pathologize a consistent and structured pursuit by people who feel embittered and offended by the fact that you are dedicating your time to something productive and they're not. Therefore, they seek to attack what you do and pathologize what you do in order to excuse them not doing the thing. Thank you for your attention.
Addicted to your intramural basketball league.
What?
But no one's going to call it a cult. But yeah, that's also why my wife thinks my Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu addiction is a cult. Wait, you're seriously comparing your Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu gym to actual cults like Jonestown or the Moonies? That seems a little insensitive. But what if you went to like a basketball camp and it was run by, a former NBA player, and he told you he had the secrets to get you into the NBA or get you a D1 scholarship? You just have to follow his training protocol, or he has some special secret training regimen. You can see here why there's potential for, manipulation to arise. A lot of jiu-jitsu gyms, looking at you, Gracie Baja, have a framed photo of either Carlos or Elio Gracie on the wall, and before and after.
Oh no, imagine having photos of people who have formulated your entire martial art being venerated on the wall of a place that practices the martial art that those people made.
After each class, members are told they have to bow.
Yes, that's referred to as reiho. That is a carryover from Japanese jiu-jitsu to Brazilian jiu-jitsu. And is one of the rare artifacts that Brazilian jiu-jitsu actually managed to retain. Because on all other protocol-related items, Brazilian jiu-jitsu has fallen so far behind judo, it is regressed, if anything. That's why I say that Brazilian jiu-jitsu is just judo for people with no attention span.
We're not worthy!
To this instructor who's just some dead Brazilian dude. And if you've watched my last video...
No. Again, a fucking Camofoidian derisiveness just overflowing here. No, he's not just some Brazilian dude. You have gone out of your way to learn things that the dead Brazilian dude has either invented, refined, or passed down to your instructor through a lineage of succession so that your Camofoidian ass could learn to be bullied less.
This dude didn't really have as important of a role as he self-proclaimed to have had in the history of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. But, for another time. Anyways, these instructors aren't just teaching. They're treated as like some kind of wise figurehead guru who have very special knowledge that only they can impart on you. Okay.
I mean, if they don't have special knowledge that you would otherwise require, why are you there?
So we both agree basketballs aren't cults. But it sounds like you're saying basketball camps are cults? Okay, maybe. Researchers, specifically this guy, Robert J. Lifton, devised...
Yeah, by that standard, any structured practice of anything is a cult. Thank you.
8 warning signs or red flags that we can use to potentially key in on Robert J. Lifton.
Yeah, despite being called Lifton, he doesn't look like he lifts. Therefore, his opinion is automatically invalid. If you cannot bench your body weight for reps, you do not have an opinion worth listening to.
Devised 8 warning signs or red flags that we can use to potentially key in on dangerous groups. And once they have your respect and reverence, they start controlling something even more important, your relationships. Milieu control.
Milieu is just like the French or Latin word for environment, and it's the idea that in a lot of cults, people are not allowed to have friendships or relationships with people who aren't in the group.
Okay, yes, that is a true thing. It's a dangerous combination of cynical deconstructivism and behavioral pattern conditioning codification. It is that. It comes from the attempt to pathologize things you do not understand or are defensive about other people doing.
So much like your Korean ex-boyfriend who would scream at you when you came home an hour too late after girls' night.
If you have a boyfriend, why are you out on girls' night?
Biggest piece of dog shit.
It's not accurate, okay? Okay, anyways, let's move back to the basketball analogy. Has a Lakers fan ever told you can't attend a Warriors game? What? No? Okay, or...
Again, sports. Sports do not relate to martial arts because those are different pursuits. Sports are a game you play with a fucking ball. Martial arts are for killing people. Holy shit, this guy is a cuck. Listen, cut him some slack. He's an Asian in California. He never stood a chance in the first place.
Or has like a fellow NBA fan ever told you can't go to a Dodgers game? Brother, what? So milieu control refers to tactics to exert social pressure and exert control and stop information flow. Truthfully, it's not uncommon to hear of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu gyms not allowing its members to quote-unquote cross-train, which is...
Okay, so cross-training and associating with people outside of the group are two very different things, and I will explain why. Cross-training is only permissible when you are advanced at the core pursuit that you are training in. The reason for that is to create a consistent movement pattern within the practice that you are studying for without having it contaminated by other forms of training. And that's before we go to the accumulated central fatigue, the accumulated injury risk from other forms of training. Because if your instructor knows your core curriculum, for example, in my case, my core curriculum was Kyokushin. So I cross-trained Kyokushin and weightlifting. And those were two things where my instructor, was acutely aware of what I was doing and when. That enabled him to A, manage my injury risk, and B, know where the inputs into my movement patterns are coming from. Because I did not cross-train things outside of the core curriculum I was given. At a certain point, when I internalized the core curriculum to an extent where it's not going to be polluted by being exposed to different things, different practices, such as Japanese Jiu-Jitsu, such as Shotokan Karate, such as Shorinji Kempo, or Iaido, or whatever else I decided, or tea ceremony. At that point, I was fully allowed to cross-train because I was at a point where my fundamentals are so stable that if I am exposed to a different movement pattern, it's not going to unwind all of the work that came previously. It's just going to be a new movement pattern that I can internalize and add to the list of things I can do. And at that point, it's also, since I'm mostly self-trained, being that far along in progression, I am now responsible for managing my own injury risk. It means that I need to be aware of, yes, this is the strain that I have gained through, I don't know, doing free rolls. Therefore, I need to manage my injury risk in striking practice and vice versa. And this comes from, training being a structured and goal-oriented practice that's generally very complex because you're trying to change and impart new movement patterns onto mostly adult people who are sometimes resistant to learning. And having them sporadically cross-train with every Tom, Dick, and Harry is just going to mess with your fucking process.
Just going to another gym across town, or if you're visiting another city, training at another gym that isn't that gym that you pay membership to.
Because the idea is that you could potentially leave the group or realize that there are criticisms of your group.
So with cults, yes. With gyms, no. And if it's a competitive gym, in that case, there is a competitive intelligence problem. You may expose certain know-hows and training modalities to competitive gyms, and therefore your domestic gym starts losing the advantage of having access, some kind of unique access to those methodologies. Or you will just learn shit that's incorrect, and then the instructor has to spend time walking in circles correcting the incorrect shit that you learned. So this man has successfully pointed out that California is a cult? Basically, yes.
If you're talking to people outside of your group, that tight control is absolutely a red flag of a cult.
There's even a term for it in Brazil. It's crianche, which is like Portuguese for traitor.
We use this word outside of Jiu-Jitsu. Let's say I'm calling my friend to do something, and he says he has other friends.
Divas. And now that they control who you talk to, next is getting...
They don't control who you talk to. They control where you get your inputs for your training and skill development, which for a novice and even for intermediate trainees is very important. because otherwise they're going to start developing in random ways, and your instructor has to either give up on you, which is, an acceptable outcome, but then the question is, why the fuck are you paying him? Because he can't do his work correctly, or he's going to have to spend extra time correcting the incorrect shit that you learned or shit that's not productive to your core practice, therefore wasting time.
You to confess everything about yourself. Cult of Confession.
The next one is called Cult of Confession.
Has anyone on the court or after a pickup game ever pressured you to confess your deepest, darkest feeling?
Again, basketball is an irrelevant analogy. Please stop doing that.
Absolutely not.
In a lot of cults, you're required to confess all of your sins to the cult leader. They can use that to blackmail you if you ever try to leave.
The most famous example of this is Scientology, which, guys, remember, categorically...
Okay, I still don't hear what that has to do with martial arts, because that's just not a common practice. Hanseikai is a Japanese specific practice. I believe the Chinese also have something similar, but Hanseikai is like a group collaboration building exercise as opposed to swapping dirty laundry.
Is not a cult. They have their famous e-meter auditing sessions where new members are told they have to purge themselves.
You see, I can call Scientology a cult. What are they gonna fucking do? Send Tom Cruise after me? All 4 feet of him?
And ascend to the next level by confessing all their deepest secrets, all their deepest shame. They are told it is a way to ascend to the next level of Scientology. In practice, it gets used often as a form of emotional blackmail to...
Okay, but what the fuck does that have to do with martial arts?
Control and subjugate the members.
You are not him. You are not him.
Tom Cruise left Scientology because they tried to keep him from his kids. Really? I was not up to date on that.
No. You are not him.
No, I'm not him. I'm just him.
It's particularly weaponized against members who try to leave the cult, not cult. It's honestly pretty natural in the jiu-jitsu community to kind of share with their instructor things that have been struggling or things that have been keeping them off the mats, or maybe the traumatic reason for why they started jiu-jitsu in the first place. But you do have to look out for leaders who constantly press you for more and more personal information.
Oh shit, I've imagined a completely fantastical scenario that doesn't happen, but y'all have to watch out for that.
And sometimes, not all the time, this personal information gets used as...
Yes, mindset is vital to combat, even fake combat, yes.
Leverage, which is why our 8th flag is the most dangerous one. But before that, what happens when leadership starts demanding that you sacrifice your own well-being for the sake of the group? Doctrine over person. When you finish playing pickup, are you ever told you have to clean the courts for free? Nah. Kobe. Yeah, right? And
because basketball is a fucking sport. Also, if it's a community play space, a community court, you're kind of supposed to clean up after yourself. That's not unique to martial arts. It's more of an etiquette of using communal spaces. If you use a space, you're supposed to leave it as at least as clean as you found it.
And I mean, if you did, it would be voluntary. If you didn't, it's not like you wouldn't be allowed to come back for the next time, right?
I saw this.
If so. And I take that one very personally because this is something that is considered normal for Japanese dojos. And I think this is very important because taking care of the dojo is a collective responsibility. If you want to hire a fucking custodian, fine, y'all can chip into that. But generally, the Japanese attitude towards taking care of shared spaces is that, hey, we use the dojo, we pay respect to the dojo by also helping keep it clean. So it's not cultish behavior if at the end of a large ceremony at the goddamn historical Budokuden, I roll up my goddamn hakama and I help wipe off the floor. It is a privilege to be in that space, and I pay respects to being in that space by participating in sort of the maintenance of it. I get to be a part of that history, and there's no need to pathologize that. You're just a lazy fucking bitch. Just say so.
A lot when I was practicing martial arts, doctrine over person is the idea that you should sacrifice your own priorities or your own health for the good of the group or the good of the doctrine.
In Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, we have submissions, right? Like if you are about to choke me out or break my arm, I'm allowed to tap before anything catastrophic happens. But if someone's about to break your foot, for some reason, tapping onto that is considered dishonorable.
Dishonor.
No, that's a crock of shit. That's a BJJ problem.
Dishonor on your whole family.
And believe it or not, during one of the competition training days, we were told by an instructor to let our partner pop our foot.
Did I stutter?
The science behind all this.
Yeah, no, your instructor is just a fucking retard.
This was that we would build scar tissue and make it harder for our opponents in the future to intentionally pop our foots and make us more resilient to breaking our foot or tapping by footlock. What ended up happening is, yeah, I built up a lot of scar tissue.
Yeah, the problem is that you actually don't want to be too resilient to a footlock, because then you are placing yourself into a position where you're dulling the pain signaling on a limb that already has dulled pain signaling, just through the nature of the nerve endings that you have in your feet, because they take a lot of impact throughout your life, so and so forth. And it actually takes less input, less physical input at the angles of leg locks to seriously damage the cartilage than it does to create enough pain to induce compliance. That's why Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is horrifically traumatic statistically. It's because people just get their fucking legs popped because they resist on a leg hook, because they don't feel it as being too painful, and before it becomes too painful, their fucking ankle pops.
And my right ankle just looks like a grapefruit when standing next to my left foot.
So.
Yeah, brother, that's called a dislocated ankle.
Look at me.
I have one of those. It's not great.
I'm probably going to have a lot of arthritis in this ankle when I'm like 40.
You're not going to have arthritis, but it is going to hurt on like acute weather changes.
Honorable means of victory over the actual physical well-being of like the actual competitors. Yeah, that's doctrine over person. Look, you might say to yourself, if someone ever told you that, you would get up and leave. But as Montel puts it, human beings generally feel losses of time, money, pride, etc. much more acutely than gains, which is to say that it's a very human feeling to not want to take on the shame of letting the group down or quitting this hobby that you've already...
Well, no, it's more of a problem of conformity. Generally, people are naturally driven towards conformity because we are a herd species. Our default behaviors are always to fall in with the group, because otherwise you'll be outcast and starved to death.
You spent, thousands of dollars on. Truthfully, walking away can sometimes feel like losing everything. But that's just one example of putting what the group values over the individual. Oftentimes, these groups don't even have an objective standard of values, which leads us to demand for purity. Yo, that is creepy. What the heck is demand for purity?
Demand for purity is the idea that people in the group are given increasingly strict, increasingly impossible standards for their behavior.
It's not about being pure in the sense of Virgin Mary. I mean, it could be, but it's more about having arbitrary standards of excellence or what the in-group deems as like worthy or great.
Imagine having standards and selecting for certain characteristics that are associated with success within a given field. The Commofoidian mind could never imagine.
Truthfully, in Jiu-Jitsu, we do have a standard of excellence, which we call our belt system. It goes from white to black.
Yeah, the belt system is a progression system that is supposed to cover curriculum knowledge. In the case of Jiu-Jitsu, it actually means years of practice as opposed to curriculum knowledge, which is an ass-backward way of attempting a color style, but sure.
But you might think, a black belt is better than a white belt. I mean, objectively and usually so, but to be honest, it's not really objective and it's not really skill-based.
I mean, it is objective within the confines of the sport. Like, if you're graded inside of a sport, then those are relative conditions. Like, yes, a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is going to know more Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu than a white belt.
People get stuck at one of the middle belts for years, and it's not...
Yeah, okay, so you are showing me freeform grappling with no gi. What the fuck does that have to do with their relative gradations? Yeah, the bigger, heavier guy seems to not be as good of a no-gi grappler. What of it? He's not graded in no-gi. He's not graded in freestyle grappling. The blue belt guy is very obviously not just a raw Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu blue belt. He's very obviously coming from some kind of different wrestling background. Therefore, a no-gi scenario is going to put him at an advantage. Thank you for the hydrate. If I have anything over here, I do.
Not because they weren't good at jiu-jitsu. I mean, some of them are great. Some of them are even world champions. It's just kind of like the instructor doesn't fuck with them anymore. And
No, or they deliberately abstain from being graded in order to be able to compete in lower divisions. That is a thing that happens all of the time in Kyokushin. A lot of the people in Kyokushin don't want to grade above green belt because green belt is the minimal entry for internationals. They grade to green belt in order to create a perception whenever they walk onto the mats with, the freshly graded first Dan thinks it's going to be a walk in the park. Meanwhile, the quote-unquote green belt that he is up against in the bracket has been practicing Kyokushin for like 20 years longer than he has and does pretty much nothing but spar all of the time. And the relaxed black belt gets his shit pushed all the way in.
And it's a vibe thing.
How do you know what's good for me? That's my opinion!
And you can see why this might.
If your grading is based on vibes, it's not a real martial art, or your instructor is a fucking asshole. That's it. Grading in every structured martial art is based on your knowledge of the curriculum. For example, I am a third dan Shidoin in Yaido, in Musoji Kiden Shinryu specifically, because I know all of the entire, I actually know more than the required curriculum, but the point stands. I know the entire curriculum that is required for being graded as third dan. That means I know Shoden Seizakata, I know Chuden Tatehizakata, I know Okuden, I know Kuden, I know all of the Kenjutsu kata, I know the variations of the Kenjutsu kata, and I have also tested and successfully completed the drawing cuts that are required for a third. Actually, no, never mind. I exceeded the grading for the third dan for that one because I cut horizontal, ascending, descending cut, and then I cut a horizontal cut on an unfixed mat, on a freestanding mat. So I overproved my third dan progression. But those were like key requirements for third dan. And I am a third degree black belt in that particular style because I have confirmed a knowledge of a very specific block of the curriculum that is associated with being sandan. Same with Kyokushin, same with judo. No, actually, never mind. It is the same with my traditional jiu-jitsu because the curriculum was shoden, certain forms of koryu that I needed to know, and then there was also a sparring standard. And thanks to that, I graded in my traditional jiu-jitsu. And all of those there are objective grading criterias for the respective levels.
Might be a red flag in groups. I mean, Soul Cycle has like that whole front row thing. I saw this thread on Reddit and people were arguing about who deserves to sit in the front row and who doesn't. I didn't realize that sitting in the front row is such a high class opportunity for stationary biking.
I got kicked out of Scientology because I was too lazy. Let's ride.
And speaking of being special, what happens when your BJJ gym thinks they've discovered the ultimate truth of fighting and everyone else is just playing around? Sacred science.
Soul Cycle is a terrible example. I know nothing about Soul Cycle. I have no frame of reference.
Do you have a favorite team?
Sacred science is the idea that your group's doctrine is the only one that is correct. Your group is promoted as being special, and you're taught to kind of degrade any other groups, right? So like
Lakers
is the best, right? And everyone else is kind of.
Can someone please pull up the chart? I don't know if the chart is it's under the tap the sign redeem, but I don't remember which one it is. If someone can tap the sign for me, please. Did I not onboard it? Tap the sign. Oh, reward is on cooldown. Why did it not work? Did you not... Wait, but you... Yeah, you were supposed to give it a text prompt, though. That's why it didn't work. Okay, I'm gonna look up the graph. That's okay. I may have not integrated it into the redeem. I may have misled you. I may have bamboozled you. I'll give you a sign for free. but I will look up the image on my own. It's not a chart, it's a heat map. There it is. That's not the full image. Can I please have the full image? There we go. Open image in new tab. Is it legible? It is. That's the chart. I'm gonna tap the chart. Basically, what they are complaining about being cult behavior is this. So it's just normal behavior where your in-group is considered to be better than the out-group. And if it's an in-group that you volunteer into, I mean, you'd better have objective reasons for why you've chosen this particular group to become your in-group as opposed to other ones. I know why I practice jiu-jitsu and not Aikido, because jiu-jitsu work and Aikido... I know why I chose to make jiu-jitsu my in-group as opposed to Aikido, because jiu-jitsu works and Aikido doesn't. It's like, it doesn't make it a cult because it's objectively true. There's a reason why I am a Kyokushin practitioner and not a point karate practitioner, because one is effective at things outside of scoring points and the other one really isn't. So yeah, there you go.
So if your boyfriend recently started Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, if he's a fan of Joe Rogan or the UFC, you'll often hear religious dogma that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is the most essential martial art, that it's the most important martial art for self-defense or real fight.
I mean, it's not the most important, but it is an effective one, sure. You are again reminded of your visceral hatred of the Curran-chan. I don't know what a Curran-chan... I need to Google that. I don't know what a Curran-chan is. Curran... What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a horse. Okay, excuse me. Is that the Aikido practitioner? The Aikido horse? Horse appreciators are a wild bunch. Imagine having a least favorite horse. That's very interesting. I mean, I guess I have a least favorite T-doll too, so I wouldn't say that I hate any T-dolls. Even the sex pest lolly, I forget her name, Florence, I think. Like, she's fine. I don't have any distinctly negative feelings toward her. Is a detestable horse. She is the Aikido creature.
The average person doesn't know how helpless they are until a jiu-jitsu black belt grabs a hold of you.
Look,
I mean, that's an objectively real statement, though. The average person who's not specifically trained in violence is going to have a very humbling experience with anyone who is actually trained in violence. She's fucking creepy. Cluster B Cloud Chaser. You hate those people. Pretty sure she'd end up on cops after falling off. This man doesn't understand self-defense. Yeah, pretty much.
I've been training Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for 8 years, and I'm 150 pounds soaking wet. I'm not trying to get into a fight. I don't think my...
It's not about trying to get into a fight, my guy. It's about understanding whether or not you're able to navigate one.
Special lying on the ground techniques are going to serve me in an altercation.
Well, then why are you learning the special laying on the ground techniques as opposed to something that would be more beneficial in a standing scenario? And laying on the ground kind of fucking happens in fights all the time because people lose their footing and go to the ground fairly quickly.
Nice. Especially,
I mean, that was a pretty reasonable Tomoe Nage. I don't see, like, you do that to someone on concrete, they're not gonna have a great time.
If I'm going against someone,
you bet he thinks guns should be banned? Oh, 100%.
Even a little bit bigger than me.
You have a lot to learn about this town, sweetie.
Especially if I'm going against someone even a little bit bigger than me.
If you struggle with people who are bigger and heavier than you, then you're bad at jiu-jitsu.
A lot to learn about this town, sweetie.
I mean, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu alone has weight classes.
Shut up about that.
Yes, they have weight classes in competition.
Shut up about that.
But all this specialness, it starts from somewhere. Usually, it's a special language that helps define an us versus a them. I'm loading the language.
What? What the fuck? So first of all, okay, so let's pull it back. the possession of unique information is generally a standard sales pitch for any kind of specialized knowledge. The reason you have joined the group in question that you're currently trying to pathologize is because they possessed a form of knowledge that you, A, did not have, B, sought. If they don't have a special form of knowledge, what the fuck are you doing there? Like, why are you dedicating enough time so that your girlfriend allegedly resents this hobby of yours? Do you just enjoy rolling around with sweaty men? Is that the point? Is that why you do not understand the ultimate purpose of the practice? Is that what we're like? Dude, just come out of the closet. You don't need to pathologize martial arts because of that. And again, because it is martial arts, whenever someone makes a claim to having some kind of special knowledge, some kind of unique value proposition, the beauty of martial arts is that it's relatively easy to test that shit. Like, if I train Kyokushin and Kyokushin claims to be a full contact striking sport that, you know, sort of builds up certain attributes, for example, being able to withstand reasonable amounts of punishment through conditioning. And if I don't get that as a result of my practice, then I would have questions towards Kyokushin as a practice or the particular place that, you know, trains that. However, I have observed that I'm kind of good at taking striking damage, better than the vast majority of people, thanks to the very specialized conditioning that I have undergone. That is why I can eat low kicks with little to no damage, because I am both trained to do that, and the nerve endings around my hip and knee are deadened enough, and the ligaments are scarred enough that, well, it's not really easy to hurt me that way. I, on the other hand, can hurt your average human very easily by just placing a nice, well-placed, heavy low kick. For most pedestrian people, I could probably just snap your fucking ACL. That is the purpose of the whole thing. But yes, loaded language. Please continue.
When you play basketball, do you ever use very specific niche terminology? Crossovers, pick and roll, full court press. Right. Yeah, that's called loading the language.
No, that's called specific terminology, because words have meanings, and specialized practice usually has specialized terminology because it describes a very specific movement, function, or action. Those are technical terms. You almost got there. I'm not gonna read that. We're just gonna. I'm sorry to do this to you, Notary, but we're gonna open up the moderation menu, where we're gonna not have that. How do I switch to my mod view? There we go. Mod view turned on. Oh, that's shield mode. Shit, that's not what I wanted to do. No. How do I turn off shield mode? Fuck. Notary, you did this. There we go. We're gonna turn off shield mode. How do I turn it off? Show moderation action. Screen reads auto. How do I turn it off? God fucking damn it. Blank slate upon chat. Damn. Follower only mode. Non-moderators. Clear to chat for non-moderators. Okay, that's fine. So we've just eviscerated all of chat. Thank you for that. That's great. If you measure things in hands and call it a harness and a girth, it's probably because you're around horses a lot. Yeah, I guess so. Can I not do that? Can I I can just unclip this. No, we're still in shield mode, though. God fucking damn. Oh, okay, there it is. Don't show again. Turn off shield mode. Thank you. And we're going to go follower only. Yeah, and clear that. That's I guess that's the dump button for the Twitch chat. Please do not type words in the fucking Twitch chat that require me to pull out the fucking mod hammer, okay? I hope nobody got hurt by that one, because I don't think I managed to hurt anyone with that. Alright, we're back to normal.
Dagger, DHO, horns, X out, ice.
Loading the language is basically any group that has special terms or words that are jargon.
Look, Jiu-Jitsu has the same thing. If I said something like, we started the match in double pull, but he sat first, so I had to come up and pass, but he stalled me out. And
this bitch was just too lazy to learn terminology of whatever martial arts she was doing poorly.
Spider lasso. Chances are you have no clue what I just said. Brother, what?
Only other martial artists really know what you're talking about when you use those words.
Oh yeah, it's almost as if those words are actually descriptive of things and there is an understood terminology. I don't need to granularly explain a shoulder throw because I can just use specific shorthand for the specific shoulder throw I'm discussing. So if I say Morote Soi Nage, I mean a specific form of a shoulder throw where you retain your grips and you tuck your elbow into the armpit of the person you are throwing while pulling them by the sleeve hand. Let me load my medical terminology expansion pack and become a cult spontaneously. Yeah, pretty much. His lack of interest in specialist language pisses you off. I think he doesn't have, it's not that he doesn't have interest, it's that he has fully subjugated himself to the opinions of this woman. And I think that is also equally deserving of ridicule.
Tal says, creating special language to influence people's behavior and beliefs is so effective in part simply because speech is the first thing we're willing to change about ourselves, and also the last thing we let go. So specialized language.
Wow, that's a great that is a great platitude that contained absolutely nothing. Thank you for this time that I will never get back that I spent listening to this.
Which is automatically bad. Okay, look, not at all. It's totally normal to have your own special language. Like I said, jiu-jitsu has it, basketball has it, heck, knitting.
Basketball is a fucking sport that has no purpose outside of putting the ball through the fucking ring.
Probably has it. Dude, honestly, none of these sound like that bad. Look, truthfully, none of these red flags so far are really that bad. And
okay, then they're not fucking red flags.
Isolation. It's, like I said, these are just warning signs that a dangerous group might be present. And honestly, most martial arts dojos, most intense communities share these traits.
There are a lot of groups that have these cult criteria. A traditional college campus is sort of culty.
You kind of lost me. College is a cult? You're saying college is a cult? Yeah, according to this criteria,
he has a panty drawer. Of course he does.
Kind of. You know, special language, traditions, unpaid internships, wearing branded paraphernalia, they all kind of make colleges culty.
Okay, here's the thing. If your instrument for identifying a specific phenomenon, for example, cults, produces so many false positives, it becomes a useless tool. Because if it flags absolutely everything as a cult, it has such a low accuracy rate that it is now a useless tool.
But, you know, colleges generally aren't trying to manipulate or hurt its student body. And before we get to the most dangerous red flag of all, we need to talk about something special. I hear you. I'm going to completely avoid group fitness classes like jiu-jitsu or SoulCycle, CrossFit, berries. But dude, honestly, I never intended to sign up for any of those classes anyways. Like, who falls for this kind of stuff? Yeah, everyone asks that question, and I'm pretty sure what you're picturing is probably some loser, some on the outskirts. The biggest myth is that cult members or cult victims are weak, broke, losers.
You are disgusting.
I mean, if we're talking about actual cults, then yes, usually cults find some kind of vulnerability, some kind of personal deficit, and then actually abuse that in order to get their hooks in, if we're talking about actual cults.
Disgusting. You'll never find love.
But that's honestly completely backwards.
People who join cults are lied to and manipulated. It's kind of like blaming people who are in domestic violence situations. And we say, well, why don't you just leave? Or how could you be so gullible? It's never the victim's fault.
Cults are...
Let's not throw big words around. sometimes if it's repeatable behavior, it kind of fucking is. Yeah. It do be like that, Mr. Stancil.
Cultish groups specifically target high performers. I mean, think about it. SoulCycle is $40 a ride. CrossFit and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu are like $200 a month on average. And if you want to get your certification in CrossFit, those classes are like thousands of.
Why the fuck would you want a certification in CrossFit though? Like what? Like why? Oh, you want to be a part of the hierarchy and therefore you want to, like earn income by being an instructor? Ah, okay. So you then that means you kind of want to participate in the whole shebang. That's not your basic requirement of all people who practice CrossFit. Most people practice CrossFit to lose some weight and get in shape.
Of dollars. I mean, Lord knows how much I spent on Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu between the monthly membership fees, the tournament fees, the travel fees, medical bills. Look.
Yeah, ACL, again, that's my complaint specifically about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. The art is so young that it does not have any meaningful safety protocols whatsoever. It is an injury generator. That's on you for participating in a bad martial art, my guy. Reminder that Aaron Pizet's shelters were effective because they treated the female abuse victims psychologically to help them realize why they seek abusive men. It's almost as if there's some kind of pattern there.
Look, these dangerous groups and businesses both target people with money and certain personality traits. We're looking at goal-oriented people, high performers, successful people, but also people who are looking for a little bit more meaning.
These aren't stupid people. These aren't gullible people. These are...
Yeah, probably because these aren't cults and these are actually productive behaviors that they choose to engage with, and you are pathologizing those behaviors because you need an excuse for being a failure.
Good people, but they're manipulated over time.
The most prototypical thing about these cult members is that they see the best in people. So when they're sold promises of self-improvement and...
No type A person sees the best in people. That's a fucking lie.
Fitness, they believe it. And I mean, why wouldn't they? Modern professional life creates the perfect storm. Successful people who are professionally accomplished and have a lot of disposable income, but are socially starved. Plus, there's the biochemistry of it all. You've probably heard that working out releases endorphins, but did you know that working out in groups releases oxytocin as well? Researchers have shown that group workouts reduce stress 26% more than individual workouts. So you're literally getting high together.
Sometimes a guy's got to ride the bull.
Look, add goal achievement and powerful belonging, and you get a very powerful psychological cocktail.
Yeah, and you just have a normal human behavior, especially for men. It's not some kind of special sauce specifically designed to draw you into a malign cult. No, that's actually just normal male behaviors. Men are supposed to participate in physical activities together. As a bonding practice, men build friendships side by side, as in doing something together. Makes the army sound awesome. I mean, it kind of is. There are certain known hazards to it, but it's like, at least in America, it's a positive experience. It's a positive practice, excuse me.
Okay, but why specifically these group fitness classes? Honestly, dude, you should just come join me and play pickup, because basketball or regular gyms don't offer optimal distinctiveness.
What?
Every human...
Well, again, because basketball is a fucking sport without clear goal setting, unless you're in a professional team, and then you're just going to have all of the things that you're trying to pathologize about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in particular.
And has two basic motivations. One motivation is that you want to be a part of an accepted community. The other motivation is that you want to be seen as a unique individual.
That's called the higher end of Maslow's. That's called the higher end of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and those are recognition and fulfillment. Thank you, and sense of belonging.
So, being a part of an elite group is the perfect combination of those two motivations.
So just like my mom, who would beat me when I didn't make the honor roll, humans love being part of exclusive groups. For my mom, it was the "my son is a doctor" group. Unfortunately for us both, I'm not. Lots of jiu-jitsu gyms.
Weird flex, but okay.
have competition teams, which further distinguishes the optimal distinctiveness. Yo, did your mom really hit you?
If you put the frog in the pot of boiling water at the beginning, it hops out and it saves itself. But if you put the frog in the pot of cold...
It's funny that someone with a PhD is referencing that experiment wrong. Because the frog in the boiling pot in the experiment was lobotomized. The only way a frog stays in a pot of water that is slowly cooking it is if you lobotomize the frog. A normal frog actually doesn't get boiled in a slowly heated up pot. It still jumps out when it starts feeling discomfort, which is relatively early, by the way.
Cold water, and you slowly turn up the heat, the frog doesn't realize what's happening to it and boils to death.
Look, you start with fitness or self-defense or looking for community.
Glenn Beck actually tried this on air. Boiling water kills the frog instantly. That is another point of it. I mean, it will probably reflexively still like eject itself from the boiling water, but contact with it will probably just produce enough burns to kill it eventually.
Community, and slowly but surely your identity starts to shift. First, it's your hobby, then it's your main social group, and then it becomes the primary way in which you identify yourself.
Wait, did Glenn Beck actually kill a frog on air? Damn, that's wild.
Dude, when I was a software engineer in New York and a white belt in jiu-jitsu, if someone asked me what my job was, I wouldn't tell them software engineer. I would say I'm a jiu-jitsu athlete.
So that...
I mean, that's kind of on you, guy.
That was a f***ing lie.
If you're thinking, I would never fall for that, you're exactly the type of person who would. Confidence and optimism, they're not defense tactics, they're vulnerabilities that skilled manipulators know how to exploit. Montel says, in this way, it's not desperation or mental illness that consistently suckers people into exploitative groups. Instead, it's an overabundance of optimism. Look, to be clear, optimal distinctiveness and getting high in group workout classes, there's nothing objectively wrong with them, especially individually. What's wrong is when people in leadership positions use these things to exploit you. Yo, I'm really concerned your BJJ gym is like an actual cult.
The problem is there is no official definition or agreed upon idea of what a cult is.
I want to take this chance to thank
No, there actually is. There's actually a very hard definition and an understood one of what a cult is. I can see how you can encounter someone like that with a degree, with a PhD, and think that degrees are useless. But then we kind of happen upon the problem of, like the average height of a woman is 4'5", but I'm 5'6" though. Yeah, if this is the standard of academia that you are exposed to, and in media you're probably more exposed to this as a degree holder, I can see how you can arrive to a conclusion that degrees are actually fucking scams. Yeah.
Thank my patrons and my YouTube members. Shout out to Robin Huang and Alex Dow, and shout out to my YouTube members, Stephen Rowland, John Sanko. I know one of you
Imagine giving this dude money. What the fuck is wrong with you?
joined just to watch the interview and then left. I don't care. I still appreciate you joining at all. You can check out my full interview with Professor Win Goodfriend.
But why? Why would you want to listen to more of this dog shit?
On my Patreon or my YouTube members page. Much of the research done for this video was gathered from the book Cultish by Amanda Montel, a link for which can be found in the description below. If you like this video, please like, comment, and subscribe. It really helps the channel.
I don't like the video.
There isn't a dichotomy.
You know who has a banger YouTube channel, though? Me. You should be following that YouTube channel. Haha. Seamless plug.
Of this is or is not a cult. Anyone who's not in the group could, as an outsider, say that's a cult because I'm not in it or I don't like it.
Bruh.
Instead, read Wrong Way Home by Arthur J. Diekman. I think I've heard of that book, actually.
Brother, did you really just write a 20-minute video to say because everything's a cult, nothing's a cult? I mean, dude, if you say cult and I say cult, you and I both know what we're talking about here.
Daddy, chill.
Look, here's a list of words that don't match their official academic definition. Okay, literally doesn't mean literally. Okay, I don't know if you're triggered, but triggered also doesn't mean triggered. Narcissism, that gets thrown around a lot. Trauma, I'm about to give you a little bit of trauma with this. And gaslighting, dude, I feel like you're gaslighting me with this whole cult, no cult bullshit. Okay, yeah, fair point. You said you know what I mean, but I mean, do you really? Remember loading the language, one of Lifton's 8 red flags?
Wow, I'm so happy that I just wasted 20 seconds of my time listening to verbal diarrhea without a drop drop of meaning to it.
I mean, I know it just sounds like semantics, but honestly,
It is semantics, yes.
matters because this whole conversation really is about language. What is a
No, this conversation is about group behaviors and pathologizing otherwise normal behaviors that have real reasons behind them.
thought-terminating cliche?
When you're in a group that's trying to control how you think.
A thought-terminating cliche is when you feel personally threatened by someone applying persistent effort to something, for example, the pursuit of a martial art, and you apply a thought-terminating cliche by labeling it as a cult, therefore something that you are better off not wasting your time on.
Think. They will teach you phrases that have been taught to you by a priest or a teacher or a guru, and as soon as you start to question or doubt or think critically, you shut your own thinking down.
Yeah, that sounds like a skill issue. Now she's just describing communism full stop. I mean, communism is a religion.
So yeah, language has power. Sticks and stones may break your bones, but words might have you leaving your family and going to the middle of Central America, joining a commune. Because, you know, we throw around the word cult when it comes.
So words on their own can't do that. Being vulnerable and suggestible will do that.
Comes to BJJ or Soul Cycle, CrossFit, but like, is basketball a cult? I mean, what's the difference there? Is it just a feel thing? The real question isn't, am I in a cult? Am I not in a cult? The question is, what kind of leader am I dealing with?
It really comes down to...
I'd say that's a fairly important question. Being in a cult is generally not something that you want because cults are not a productive behavior.
The person who's in charge, what are their rituals, what are their practices, and the motives of the people who are there.
And there are 4 warning signs of dangerous leaders. Warning sign number 1, narcissism. Hey, this is one of those words that you mentioned earlier where like the colloquial definition is far from the actual categorical definition. But no, seriously, we're not talking about that one guy who ghosted you. We're talking about actual narcissism, so stay away from narcissistic leaders.
Are you someone who constantly needs attention? Are you someone who believes that you are the smartest person, the most talented person? You believe that you deserve accolades?
I want people to be afraid of how much they love me.
Brother man, you run a YouTube channel with your name on it, over-explaining benign shit. Are you sure you want to throw stones from that particular glass house?
Warning flag number 2, unprocessed trauma. Oh, trauma. That's another word you mentioned earlier.
I love how he keeps bringing up B-roll of belting as if that means something.
Want to make sure that the person who's in charge isn't re-traumatizing other people.
You are disgusting. You'll never find love.
Warning sign number 3, financial exploitation.
A lot of cults are basically just like pyramid schemes to make money. And there are all these hidden costs.
Okay, so actual cults are, yes. Go ahead.
Right? And so it's really a money-making scheme.
Actually, that reminds me of the
I mean, technically, all behavior is a money-making scheme because people at the end of the day need to find shelter, acquire food, and also clothe themselves in order to make it to the following day. So that's a bit broad, a bit it sounds like someone is aspiring to that fully automated, fucking fully heated space communism a little too much. Most women can't successfully identify narcissists. You have dealt with narcissists. It's a fucking unmistakable set of behaviors. Listen, as someone who's gotten a little too comfortable listening to the sound of my own voice and who streams twice a week, I should also not be throwing stones from that glass house.
Jiu-Jitsu gym I joined in college where they made me throw out 2 perfectly good gis because...
Well, they didn't make you throw them out. Let's be completely transparent here. It's not like they forced you to put them into a fucking bin and set them on fire. Let's not dramatize here, okay?
It didn't have their branded logo on it. They wouldn't even allow me to just buy the patch and slap it on the gi I owned. I had to specifically buy their $200 gi, which was only told to me after I had already signed a 6-month contract with them.
That's a you problem. Like you chose a bad gym and you were exposed to, yes, like that is a revenue source for them. Uniform standards are a thing. Some gyms enforce them, some federations enforce them, others don't. And even if you signed a 6-month contract, you can back out of a contract. It's actually not binding. Did you know that? You've had no services rendered at that point. You could have just backed out, torn up the contract, and left. You can just do that. But because you're a fucking pushover bitch, I guess you just stayed and you shelled out the $200 for the branded gi. Serves you right.
Yeah, that was $200 I'm never going to see again.
What do you mean you're never going to see him again? You still have the gi. You can still use it.
Warning sign number 4 is sexual misconduct.
Okay, I'm going to agree with that one. You're not supposed to be playing hide the sausage in your gym. I'm not going to argue with that one.
They are basically grooming people to be their sex slaves. That's bad. Like, red flag. Sexual stuff is no good.
Look, if Catholic priests have taught us anything, it's that sex is bad and shameful. Yo, that's not a joke. A lot of people have been seriously essayed by the church. No, you're right.
I mean, to be fair, more people have been essayed by their Taekwondo and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu instructor, per capita at least. There is an endemic problem with modern society where they think contracts are miniature laws. It comes from a misunderstanding of the authority of something being written down and signed.
Actually, a story broke out 6 months ago about this jiu-jitsu professor in Brazil who was just outed by a bunch of kids he taught for having repeatedly essaying his students on the mats, many of whom are now black belt world champions in the sport.
That's actually the reason that I'm no longer involved in martial arts, because in my studio, the main instructor, who was not me, had sexual misconduct.
But
these things keep happening in California. I wonder why.
Dude, you said not to blame the victim, and here you are telling us all these warning signs and what to look out for. Like, if you're...
It's almost as if caution is a normal human behavior, but again, you're over-pathologizing normal behaviors, therefore making it actually more difficult to spot actually pathological behaviors. Thank you for actively causing harm.
You're telling us not to blame the victim. If you're telling us we can't do anything about it, what was the point of this whole 20-minute video if these sick are just gonna...
I mean, the point of it was ad revenue.
Go out and hurt people anyways.
The people who have the least power are the ones who are going to be the most manipulated. It's important for the people who have the most power to do something, right? Because the higher up you are in terms of rank, the more power and responsibility you have.
If you have rank or status in these communities, you have power. Insert, Spider-Man quote here. Okay, I actually couldn't afford the licensing for that clip, so, the gist, great power, great responsibility.
If you don't do something about it, you are now complicit. So if you're noticing problematic behaviors, it is absolutely your responsibility to do something about it. Even if you're not the one who's doing it, you're complicit if you notice.
No. I mean, you are supposed to report when you see something wrong happening. That is sort of your civic duty. I wouldn't say you're complicit, but it's also wrong to turn a blind eye to. Like, if you notice that someone is very obviously diddling a kid, the least you can do is, alert the authorities.
Montel says one type of leader uses language, perhaps even unwittingly, to support frameworks that already exist. The other uses language, always deliberately, not to uphold the current order of things, but instead to swoop in and create something tyrannically new. Look, most fitness instructors...
Why, thank you. I was exposed to another 10 seconds of a meaningless statement.
Or gym owners are trying to use existing systems to help people. It's the ones who are trying to leverage the system for personal power or exploitation that we really need to worry about. So now that you understand who's at risk, who the dangerous leaders are, and why all this matters, it's time to get into the 8th red flag, the most dangerous one of them all. This is the one that separates intense communities from truly dangerous ones. This is the one that gets people killed.
Dispensing of existence.
I've done shrooms before. I've experienced ego death. Yeah, I mean, close. This could mean ego death, and it kind of does, but this also means complete and utter lack of empathy for the outgroup.
If outside...
I'm gonna tap the fucking chart again. Let me get the chart. It is a normal human behavior to deprioritize the outgroup. It is a normal human behavior.
Outsiders are dehumanized, and you're taught that they are not worthy of being alive, and then you're basically
okay, now we're just pulling things out of your own ass. I'm sorry, put that back and plug that shit up. with the appropriate caliber of butt plug, because that is a thing no one has ever said inside of just normal ass martial arts. So we're describing communism again. Exactly.
Groomed to physically harm them.
Less intense, have you heard those clips of Joe Rogan comparing himself or other jiu-jitsu practitioners as like sharks or lions?
The average person doesn't know how helpless they are until a jiu-jitsu black belt grabs a hold of you.
But where's the lie, though? Like, is that an accurate statement? Is that untrue? The way it was explained to me by my sensei is that people are roughly separated into two large categories, teeth and meat, and you get to decide which one you want to be. Which is a great way of putting it. It's generally a helpful descriptor, which is also true.
Dude, cringe. Man is literally practicing rolling on the floor with another man in pajamas, and then the insinuation is that people who don't do so are sheep or prey.
If I am more competent than you in violence, it means that I inherently hold an advantage over you in a violent context. That's all he is saying. That he is saying that if you are specialized in violence, you are going to be more competent in violence than someone who is not trained in violence. You don't think this guy's father is existent? I don't know. I don't. He's definitely not very involved.
You're a dead man.
Truthfully, in actually dangerous groups, this dehumanization is kind of what gets people killed. It's what
No, it doesn't. It delineates the trained from the untrained. Yes, you can call it wolf and sheep, you can call it teeth and meat, but there is a notable difference in personal grit between people who are competent in violence and people who are not. It's not limited to Brazilian jiu-jitsu in particular, because there is a large variety of different forms of violence, and they do have a formative effect on people who undergo that training. It alters your fight or flight response. It rewires your reactions, your spontaneous reactions to a certain extent. Yeah, there is actually a very tangible difference between trained and untrained people in a violent context. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Convince the 39 people in Heaven's Gate to consider their bodies as just vessels and commit suicide. It's what Jim...
Oh, wow, that's such an unhelpful conflation. Great. I'm so happy that I watched 20 minutes worth of dog shit to just come to this non sequitur.
Jones used to convince 900 people that death was a preferable option than live in the same world as outsiders. Montel says, Father Divine said to always establish a we, they, and us, and an enemy on the outside.
I'm going to tap the sign. I'm going to tap the sign again.
There's too many people on this earth. We need a new plague.
Okay, so...
Brother, find a different personality than someone who really likes The Office.
So, first, what's the real takeaway here? And second, seriously, get some help. First off, understanding these psychological patterns doesn't make you less vulnerable, clearly. Second, don't be afraid to ask questions, especially if you're joining a group for the first time. Third, the ones who should speak up are truly the only ones who can. If you're a purple belt in Jitsu or you sit at the front row of your SoulCycle studio, remember, it's your responsibility to help the newer members to navigate the community safely, and calling out leadership when they are acting mad sus. Finally, guys, communities are good. Getting in shape is good. Doing both together, great. Your BJJ gym, SoulCycle studio, CrossFit box, they very well could exhibit multiple warning signs.
Based on what? Based on
groups,
this dick in your mouth?
They could
yeah, pretty much. Can make an argument that internalizing these traits can make you more retarded based on this video.
still be a positive force in your life.
Yeah, a little bit.
Don't let your paranoia of being in a cult stop you from doing something that you love in your life, especially if it's something that's good for you. Sometimes there are just bad people looking to do bad things to well-meaning groups. Montel says, I don't think the world would benefit from us all refusing to believe or participate in things. Too much wariness spoils the most enchanting parts of being human.
Let me make an outrageous claim.
And guys, stay tuned for the next video where we ask, are sports gay?
I mean, any sport that you do is inherently gay, I guess. That kind of answers that question. Yeah, not great. Not great. Okay, I owe Crespian a sign to tap. Let me tap a sign for you. Let's see. Let's see. Wonder what this one does. I keep forgetting what this is. Oh, interesting. Well, there you go. I mean, oddly fitting. Oddly fitting, I would say. Yeah. Bad people looking to do bad things. Where's the reason for training martial arts again? How do you just miss the path by walking through the forest that bad? Yeah, dude, bro, kind of misses the point of what he's doing and why. That's the thing. That is the thing. Horrific. All right, so I'm gonna take a quick BRB break. I'm gonna change the category to Gray Zone because I'm fiending to play some Gray Zone because I have not been able to do that yesterday, and I still need to level Handshake. I'm a couple of quests away from getting him to level 4. And the support team is overloaded. They haven't gotten to my ticket yet, so I'm gonna leave you on BRB. Refill your drinks, get up and stretch, take a piss, do whatever you want. I'll be right back. Hey, I tapped into the correct window for once. Move myself over here. Oh, I actually need to start this up too. I really like it when I have utility bloatware that is an active hazard while playing FPS games. I'm so here for that. Boom, you go to overdrive. I probably need to look to re-optimize my guy over here. Also tilted forward a little bit. I'm gonna try something. I kind of still want to have, a full use of my facial animations. So let's see. We go into assets. Go to VTuber. Where's my little guy? So this is a 92 megabyte model. And this model is surely it exists somewhere around here. If I can find it. I guess I can't. It's in a different folder. I want to try something. Humor me for a moment. Models. We're using what, Chibi 1.1, I think. 1.1. How much do you weigh? 26 megabytes. I mean, I can always revert, I guess. So let's try that. Load avatar. There we go. Ooh. I got my little plate carrier on here, and I have my full facial mobility, which I really enjoy. I do look even more gremlin-esque than I usually am. Alright. Let's get this party started. Where are we dropping? We're dropping... US West. US West. And crank my audio slightly. Oh, Razorwind is on. I wonder if Razorwind wants to play. Or if he's probably streaming. That's the ticket. I mean, if he's streaming, maybe you could just do an impromptu collab, I guess. Let's wait for him to actually log in. It's movie night? Well, I just saw him log into Grayzone. See, Razorwind just came online. I guess he's in the VC watching the movie and playing Grayzone in the background. Which is cool. Then I will not disturb him. Thank you for the heads up, codename. What are we looking at here? Let's get my MCX out. Let's swap our mags. Magazines. Put these back. We take 4 stacks of 300 blackout just because it takes a little bit more ammo the way I use it, which is not the correct way to use it, but I insist on doing that. Ooh, do we have a relatively fresh server? I'd be doing the same if you weren't installing the mil-spec switches and watching the stream. Oh, nice! You got the mil-spec switches for the clutch. Nice. I'm gonna go with the standard ones, see how those play, and probably order a set of mil-spec ones. Gunny max finally. What does Gunny do at max? I can get some cheap points here, I guess. There are some tasks for handshake that are a little bit more time efficient. which is airfields 1 a.m. By the time I get to airfield, I'm gonna have very little night cover left. So let's look for something closer. It's a lot of walking around. Thumb drive, still don't have those. Runaway, gunny. Let's go here. Let's go island. At night shouldn't be too bad. Snares work well, but having a little extra bite for the mil-spec ridge is definitely helpful. Yeah. I will probably upgrade. And if you're looking to make something go extra safe, remember to use code Kuromaru on checkout when you're shopping at AS Design. I don't do it for the money. I do it to make sure that these are in common use for legal purposes.
Raven here, ready to head out. Strap in, we're heading out.
I do appreciate that the V2 now ships with the mil-spec ones by default. And that they offer a non-ambi variant. That's also cool. I'm gonna turn that rotor down, otherwise I'm gonna start screaming. Alright, what are we... You know what? So far, the game seems to be taking the helicopter ride pretty okay, even with a less optimized model. I see they're doing good work. Non-ambi is better. It costs less money, and not everyone wants ambi controls.
We're getting close.
I like having ambi controls just because, I don't know, more features, more gooder, I guess. Sort of gives you a certain flexibility in your manual of arms. I don't know if I even use the secondary, like I'll go... Like, it's not making it worse if you have ambi controls, so there's really no downside to having them if you can. Yeah, I think that pretty universally I'm gonna use like the dominant strong side controls, but it is nice to have like that option at the very least. But it costs money, and the non-ambi variant of the AS Design clutch costs less money. There you go. I am a little bit salty with the way Atreus did it, where they charged in excess of $200 for the non-ambi variant, and then they released an ambi variant, and that one is $200, but the non-ambi is now $100 less. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's cool, very cool, guys. Much like having a condom, it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. Yeah, pretty much. Many such cases. You're so immersed in muscle memory on your rifle, you run the safety during target transitions when it's not a requirement. You can't stop yourself. I mean, it is the correct way of doing that. Early adopter tax, it kind of is. I did go out of my way to order the early run, and a part of it was FOMO. I'm not gonna lie. I was hoping that it's gonna work in the MCX, and it didn't. But I also wanted to support a company that's, you know, doing forced reset stuff for the same purpose. You know, it's a thing that we need to make into being in common use for lawful purpose as soon as possible. I think I saw a flashlight over there. I'm just gonna murk everyone and then accept the quest to not suffer any reputation loss. I also have a turncoat quest that I lose on death, but I'm less concerned about that one. Turncoat can suck a dick, he doesn't sell anything interesting. The most interesting thing he has is Buran's AK, and it's a fucking AK, so who cares? We are walking onto the road, so let's be careful. Gunny has a big rifle case, nice. That's kind of worth it. Alright, there's usually someone around here. So be careful. Yep, I hear him. Guess again, Chuckle Nuts. Oh, I could have thrown a grenade into that window. That would have been funny. Precision AR stocks. Doesn't he get that, don't you unlock a knight's ornament when you get him to level 3? Level 4, sorry. I found it in a gun case. I don't really have a use for it, but it is cool. Big foregrips? Really? Mmm. Our daddy taught us not to be ashamed of our foregrips. Yeah, I don't remember. It's like letters and numbers that cost lots of money. Okay, I see a body. I'm getting slight rubber banding. I'm not really enjoying that. Hopefully it will stop, because I am kind of going into a kinetic engagement here, and I would prefer to have, you know, good responsive feedback. Yeah. I feel like I downed 2 of you. Did the other one run away? Completely tricked out M700. Also nice to have. I thought Banshee sold M700s. If this was daytime, I could score some nice cheap shots at the restaurant from over here, but probably not at 4x mag. Proper source of 6-tier iron mags. I don't run those anymore for weight considerations. I feel like having a heavier rifle drains your arm stamina on ADS more. Maybe I could use them for the MCX, but I don't know. I've been doing pretty okay with 32 rounders so far. And I do need my ADS time on the MCX too, because I now take precision shots with the mag. Where's the guy I downed? Over here? Complete blood loss. My double clicks are not working. I'm not enjoying that. Ah, okay. I could swear that Banshee sells an M700. He sells the camo one for sure. I know that for a fact because I keep seeing it. Can I not climb this? Pretty please, with sugar on top. That looks like a human shape. I don't like seeing human shapes. We're gonna do something about that. Oh. Got him. Alright, let's get down. See what I mean? I need all of the arm stamina I can get, and I think the extra weight from the 60 rounders messes with that. Notwithstanding the fact that the Schmeisser mags in real life don't fit 60 rounds or 300 blackout, and I like to LARP correctly. It's an odd hang-up to have. But then again, you're watching a VTuber channel. What the hell did you expect? Let's see if I can't circle around for some more targets of opportunity. Ooh, I see one, I see one, I see one. Nice. I have to sort of guesstimate where his head is, but I seem to be doing pretty okay. I'm gonna circle around the right because that way no one's gonna come up from my side and I can clean the huts a little bit more easily. I don't need to be this thorough, but I also don't like having breathers around when I'm trying to do stuff. Clean. If the local boss hasn't spawned, there shouldn't be too many of them. Check the houses real quick. No have key. Alright, kill everything first, loot later. I think he's inside. Open door. I don't want to find a breaker box. I don't enjoy entering fully lit spaces. Okay, so there is not a breaker box. That's unfortunate. I see a live one. It's probably gonna turn the corner. It's a good thing that it found the hard cover correctly. I'm just happy that happened. Sketchy angles, sketchy angles. Not sure what ricocheted off of what. Well, I don't hear anyone, so he's probably dead. I guess not. Someone's groaning around. Sounds like he's behind that wall. I don't want to go through here because I'll be fully lit and he will not. So I'm just gonna egress back to the entrance. Oh, he bled out. Good for him. Usually some dudes on the beach there. Uh-huh. That looks like a searchlight. Okay, he's fented out. Brisk refill. Alright, now we just need to clear the restaurant. I ditched the 1911 because it just does nothing better than the 9mm does. It's drippy, but the only optic that looks good on it is the aim point, and the aim point is kind of fucking torturous to use through nods. The acro. The T1 is okay, but it looks goofy as hell. An unkillable light, that's very cool. They don't seem to have a lot of interesting stuff. Alright, let me accept the task. I think we've, if anything was aggroed in here, we would have noticed. Investigate boat rental, okay. Ooh. Get the fuck out of the way, handshake. I'm looting. Can I just do this? There we go. Much better. Do not like being illuminated. I do my best work in the dark, please and thank you. It's a bit of money, that's okay. The Great Lumen Conspiracy. We call them the Lus. I'm gonna drink this water and then I'm gonna leave it here. No one can stop me. Thought I killed one more on the porch over here. Did I search him already? Yeah, I already did. Okay, I think we need a note from one of the huts, right? Okay, we're onto something here. Not an entirely unproductive use of my time. The ammo's kind of shit, but you know it comes with the territory. Is there a cash register here? No. I did not search any of my kills. It's probably a good idea. Nothing. What you got there, Sonny? Ooh, a PR attic. Photong restaurant attic key. I don't remember if I have this, so I'm gonna swap this over here. I have a lot of keys, but I'm not sure where they go. I think one of the bodies rolled into the water. Okay, what do you have? Nothing. It's getting... Did that light just... Yeah, that light just rendered. Okay, never mind. I thought someone raised the flashlight. Unpleasant. What do we have here? AK-50, good enough to sell. Some shitty handguards. Are we still going? Retrieve intel and report. Okay, we'll do. Anything interesting? Oh, a little bit of money. $762. Anything good here? Good enough to sell, I guess. White lithium grease. I think, codename, did you need white lithium grease? I'm gonna hold on to this for you. Ooh, fuel canister, though. Let me move this around. You know, you need grease at the moment? Well, I'll hang on to it, so that I can hand that to you. Fuel canister. Weighs 1,000,000 fucking pounds. I'm not in a rush. I can walk around overweight. Oh, unless I need to, oh, the door's opened. Okay, someone already kicked it in. Kangaroo. Is that the right? No, that's the wrong kangaroo. That's the 9-slot kangaroo. That's actually a piece of shit. Okay. Watching tools and mechanic channels lately? Okay, so whatever makes you happy. I'm gonna drop my bag over here. Hopefully it won't despawn. Hello? There we go. Take... le kick. Alright, I am now free to go. Exfil to Arsenal, there we go. Let me get out of the radius of respawn, and I will read that message that's likely interesting niche information that's not immediately germane to my survival. Nothing here. I am desperately hoping that acetylene cylinders spawn somewhere outside of Tiger Bay. Estimated cost per bucket of lithium grease is $500. Well, not on this island, it's not. No, I don't know that. I don't think I've brought a bucket of lithium grease back. I usually leave it because it takes up a shit ton of space and weighs a lot. Which I guess is a problem I'm going to solve once I get Handshake to level 4, where I can shed a little bit of weight by replacing the Phantom with a chest rig and a cry vest. Thank you, Crespian. The patch gotcha sadly does not work on the chibi models. Has to do with the relative position of everything. Now you're just obscuring my vision at night, where I'm trying to not die while getting back to base. But it's a nice patch. Yeah. I guess I could set up a logic gate to just duplicate the patches. Eye patch, gotcha. Yeah, pretty much. Now that we've confirmed that Gray Zone runs with this model, I guess I could set up a logic gate where a mini patch spawns on the mini model. I think Venian supports logic gates that check for those, but I'm gonna take it off for now if you don't mind. I would like to see, thank you. I'm very sad that Commando Store doesn't sell those anymore. I think it's a fine design. It scares the hose a little bit, just enough, you know? Alright, here's your lithium grease. I'm gonna hold on to that for you. It's my diamonds. That goes here, that goes here. That's sold the hand job. Let me check my keys. PR Attic. Do I have PR Attic? Yeah, okay, I have that key, so I'm just gonna sell it to Artisan. Here's the money. Oh, let me turn my task in first. Yay, task turned in. Still not level 4, though. God, you're such a fucking asshole. I am 200, less than 200 rep away, so just 2 minor tasks and maybe some sales. Okay, I am exactly 100 points away, so I can do Meyer job and that's gonna be enough. Artisan takes the key, Banshee takes this, and Labrat gets to take my used meds. There we go. Yeah, lithium grease is apparently $150. Heavy equipment outfit took a tracked excavator, split it in half to replace the rotation bearings on the bottom. To prep it, they lubed it with 2 buckets of lithium grease. I mean, it makes sense that mineral grease is used in that industry. See, I went through the legwork of unlocking Baron's AK-74, and now I plan to never use it because it's a fucking AK. Why would I? Okay, we need a refill on nades. Do I have any grenades left? Probably not. I could just sell the P1 radio, but then again I need that as a turn-in, so... It's gonna be a no. That's gonna be a no. I would like a larger weapons locker. I'm actually not as over-encumbered with weapons in my stash this time around. Mostly because I don't hoard weapons as much. I kind of just stick to the platforms that I actually use, and that's about it. But what we're going to do is, we're going to swap this out here. We are going to take these magazines. Offload these magazines. Because it's now daytime, and we don't use the MCX in daytime, because that defeats the entire purpose. We are going to take some M855, and we're going to buy some nades from Gunny. Oh wait, he does sell the M700, but Banshee also sells an M700. Interesting, okay. His is like a really big M700 though. Right, get some nades. You know what, I'm gonna sell these 2 piece of shit grenades just because I don't feel like using them. Right. What is there to do around here? Cash report. Absolutely the fuck not. Completing a quest usually refreshes quests. Livestock. Livestock is a nighttime quest. Well, I guess that's all we get that's new. I've not been to Tiger Bay yet because it's kind of poopy to go there. Cult business. Is that a hard quest? Oh, it's gonna have me run around a lot. What does it open though? Minimum blood doesn't open anything new. There's some dudes loitering around. Magazine camos go in odd directions. Artisan doesn't sell AKs, but will sell the camo AK because it's her task. Ah. Wait, which AK does Artisan sell? I thought I had all of the AKs, because Vulture sells the 308 one, Turncoat sells the other two. What other AKs are there? Locate and examine purple suitcase. I think they've changed this area up a little bit. Sunny skies. A man who disappeared. Panther's not taken. Crusader is taken. Okay. Meyer job is exactly 100 points. So let's just take this chopper. Do I need anything? Food, water? Are we mostly good? Mostly good. I'm gonna buy some from Labrat. Just gonna buy some pate. I need to order some pate. Pate goes fucking hard on some good sourdough bread. You give it a very light toast in the toaster, so, you know, it becomes just very slightly crunchy, but still soft on the inside. Mmm. You smear that good fatty liver pate on it. You're hitting a lot of your good animal fats, solid source of protein. AKM Jackal, I see. Or Pumpernickel? Yeah, you do have a point. It does go hard on Pumpernickel. It is funny to me that Pumpernickel is basically just fucking Russian Borodinsky bread. I laughed when I first found that out. I'm like, I keep hearing people like call rye bread pumpernickel for some reason, and I don't know. I've not looked into the genesis of the name, but then I try it and like, oh wait, this is just fucking rye bread. What the fuck are we talking about? This is just coarse rye. Why is this being sold at a premium as a health food? Don't get me wrong, I'm a big appreciator of of pumpernickel bread, but why is it called that?
I'm here. Move it. Go.
Scarcity? What does scarcity have to do with the name? Please explain. If you know, please explain. This is not a facetious question. I genuinely don't know. As far as I'm concerned, what is it? Coarse rye bread is just called Borodinsky. It's very common in different forms of Eastern Europe. Coarse rye with a sour bread starter, apparently. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's a form of German-style bread. Maybe, but the Germans definitely share that bread with the Slavs, because all of Eastern Europe has that bread. I think German rye bread is somewhat different, although I'm not going to claim to be an authority on German cuisine. I've experienced very little of it, and what little of it I have experienced, I've mostly experienced in Switzerland. And the Krauts usually fight vehemently amongst themselves about whether or not Swiss cuisine is actually German cuisine or the other way around. Pumpernickel, I guess it is sort of a Germanic name to it. So it would have been brought in by German settlers to the Midwest, and then it spread out? Adds a Maillard reaction for the dark color and higher sweetness. No, that's still the same for the way that the Slavs do it. Started in 1450, but where? So if it was the Midwest, then it was the Germans that brought it over. If it was anywhere, well,
Approaching the LZ.
Northern Germany, I see. Okay, but when did it come over to the US is the question. The reason I ask is that I have definitely seen... Where are we passing right now? Okay, it is the tower. Wait, the fuck it is? That's not the tower. Yeah, that's the auxiliary base.
We're getting close. 30 seconds.
You'll happily hump 200 meters slow as fuck to stash their 2 mortar rounds? Hell yeah. Listen, mortars are a premium. I've never used them to any success, but I appreciate the ability to just rain hell on the heads of these heathens. Hell, if anything, I should do that more frequently. Okay, let's just go straight into my job. I don't need to stop at the cop. Would have been popularized in NA with the Ashkenazi delis. See, so the reason I was so insistent on the question of whether it started with actual Germans or not is because pumpernickel is a very popular flavor of bagel, and we all know that bagels are popular with a different group that has Germanic-sounding names. So that would have been mostly spread with the Ashkenazis along the coasts, mostly on the East Coast. I think mortars reach the place where you want to use them. The farthest that your long-range ones reach is Fort Nerith, sadly. Fort Nerith and Blue Lagoon, you can mortar those, but no further than that. So, like, if it's any of the spicier POIs except for Fort Nerith, then yeah, you don't get access to them. I guess it's sort of a balancing thing where you can... it's a PvP balancing thing more than anything. Seems like the US recipe is slightly different from the Euro rest of the world. I mean, as it typically is, probably has more sugar in it. As, you know, all things American, whenever we find something, we need to make it more palatable by adding all of the sugar to it. Damn, a pumpernickel bagel with some fatty pork pate on it would go pretty hard right now. Now let me peek around the corner, because usually there are assholes patrolling this area. If I get the drop on them, I get some free M855. Let's get a good visual on the road. I'll crank my audio up. Alright, let's see. I see checkpoint. The checkpoint is not a patrol. See another checkpoint, but I do not see patrols. You just ate making you hungry again? Damn. Wild. Diabolical even. What'd you eat? We were lazy with Oni wife today, and we got some Chinese buns. I think based on the menu, these were Hong Kong buns. Yes, usually doesn't use sourdough, it's only baker's yeast to compensate. They add cocoa and molasses. Ah. Cocoa in a savory bread. Ew. Any kind of coloring, really? I mean, yeah, sure. Up, I see a patrol. Am I in semi or am I in fun mode? Okay, I'm gonna need some better positioning on these nerds. Over here behind hard cover, I think that should be good enough. I'm gonna hit the guy at the head of the stack, then collect the other ones. Non-Dutch processed cocoa is still savory? But why are you putting cocoa into something that's not sweet? Like, the purpose of the cocoa bean is to produce sweetness. That's what it sought. I forgot to get my caffeine drinks, goddammit. I need to at least hydrate. Alright, I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Clip this one in the nuts. He chewed me. Enjoy your M855 circumcision, sir. Alright, we look for the rest of them. One of them, well, two of them are gonna bleed out, so I don't really need to search for them. There are at least 3 of them that are still walking around with fewer holes than I would like them to have. Alright, Guy Man bled out. We can start moving. Before we look for new angles, we stick to cover. Do not have visual. They probably egressed back into the woods. Non-alkalized cocoa powder is much more versatile. The resulting feeling isn't described as sweet at all. It's bitter and acidic. Interesting. Okay, that was a headshot. The other one is hurt, but not dead. I do not like it when they started pushing. That's a new behavior. Usually they just sit in the middle of the road and take it up the ass. Okay, I like that change. That must be a recent update. Hey there, Dan. How are you doing today? We were just discussing... What's your take on pumpernickel? Do you have any special opinions about that? We're currently discussing the difference between German and American pumpernickel bread. Was an update recently, a stealth thing from last night's server maintenance? Ah, okay. Don't think you've ever tried it, honestly? It's pretty okay. I think the consensus is that everyone here likes it. I usually like it as a base for liver patés, which I'm annoyed that I can't just buy them in retail. I have to order them like specialty off of Amazon or go to the Russian store to buy them. Which you would think, like, pâté is a reasonably cheap and very nutritious food staple. Like, I don't know why more people don't eat them. Not a liver pâté person, but then you've never grown up with things like that. I've also not grown up with things like them, because as a child I was a picky eater, and the texture disagreed with me, as did the flavor. I've only started appreciating pâtés as an adult. Like, very adult. Like, late 20s adult. Ooh, water. Yeah, I'm by a cop, I may as well. Grenade. Should I take one of their Panzers? They're probably sell for just fucking pocket change. Takes 16 to 24 hours to bake at low temperature. Or looked at French side of pâtés. No, because the French charge a premium. Now that I think about it, I think the chicken pâtés that I sometimes get off Amazon, those are... No, I don't get chicken pâtés, what am I saying? But the pâtés I get off of Amazon, I think those are French. There's a place to mortar that you'd want to mortar? Which one is that? I mean, Fort Nerith is very mortarable. I feel like YBL is more of a waste of munitions. And I've also learned that it's probably not great to... it's not great to mortar things that are very far away from you, because there is a chance that no one has rendered into the area. It's just like, it's very... The gray zone map is very much a depiction of a Buddhist koan, where if a tree falls in the forest and no one is there to observe it, did it even really fall? Well, the real one is, did it make a noise, but you know what I mean. In this case, if no one is in the cell to experience the mortar coming down, if no one is in the cell to have NPCs populated into it, then the mortar will just fall onto a blank spot on the map, and then nothing happens. Near the spread out, it needs to be minimal cover, target rich, with low surface area. So what, YBL porch? I mean, you could mortar cops, but I feel like that's just a waste of mortar, because that's like 5 guys who are sitting out in the open. Just want to saturate Namthaven Market and laugh, but the market is all indoors. You're not getting hits on the highest concentration of assholes. But that's wasteful. Outdoors Rectical is plenty alive, I see. Ah, someone's already touching the goddamn thing. I was hoping that no one is here. Hand that shit in. Hell yeah, level 4 handshake. Still doesn't sell the fucking blue hats. Alright, what do you sell, though? Plate 6... I don't like that the plate 6 doesn't have any side plates. There you are, LBS Tactical. We take those. Let me max out my drip factor real quick. Let's see, we leave the Phantom here, and we swap that out for whatever this word is. 6SH... What the fuck even is this? Fort Technologies, Practical Bandolier Preloaded Carry. 2 kilos versus points. Oh, wait. Why are you so heavy? 2 kilos? That's not saving any space. 16 slots versus 12. So 4 extra slots for all of that extra weight. Count me the fuck out. It's Russian. Just how Russian things are named. I guess, yeah, it is. The SH makes sense. 6SH104. I wonder what it stands for. Practical Balanced Load Carrying System for military tactical use, commonly used by the Russian Armed Forces. Features enough pouches for 4 magazines, 1 grenade. Additional utility pouches for combat backpacks. It's okay. It's fine. I'm gonna take my black kangaroo. I don't know why. I'm just feeling in the mood. Gonna do this. I neglected to take those dum-dums ammo. They were not LLA. Poke the Mayflower and handshakes thing. Will do. Mayflower. Inspecto. 15 spots, 0.5 kilos. Okay. You do drive a hard bargain. And it's only $600, so I can experiment. I do like the look of the kangaroo. Oh yeah, that's significantly more space. Yeah, that's a lot more space. But it's less drippy. I think Turncoat sells the best rig in the game, if I recall correctly. I think it's Turncoat, but I don't want to level Turncoat because he can suck a dick. Alright, I guess I have more room for grenades now. Well, more room for everything. Okay, blowout kit goes here. Mate 55 refill. I was looking forward to using the kangaroo, but this is objectively a better rig just for space and for weight management. Because this is 0.6 kilos, and this is even less actually. This is 0.5. So just objectively better than the kangaroo. But I have 4 kangaroos. Turncoat's best plate rig weighs 13 kilos? Really? Why? I guess it gives you a lot of room, though. I guess that's the trade-off. Still no Delta backpack, I see. Scorpion. Why would I want a Scorpion? 16 slots versus 25? Like, what is even the point? Oh, 12 slots on the rig? Wait, so... But that's... Wait. This is more. This is 15 slots at 0.5 kilos. Well, yeah, loaded, sure, but... Floral olive at level 4. It's only 1 cell more, but a full kilo heavier. Ah. Oh, you mean body armor, I see. How much does my body armor weigh? 8 kilos? Yeah. 8 kilos and 3++. I feel like that's probably the best in slot right now. Okay, I guess we're back to being Banshee's bitch. Because we need to level Banshee, because I want the FDE MCX. I mean, I built an FDE MCX, but I don't think it has the correct handguard, and I want it with the correct handguard. Tasks. Any more new task? Mysterious reflex cameras. I don't think I have more reflex cameras. I just handed those over to him. Yeah, I am fresh out of reflex cameras, my guy. Turncoat, family heirloom, and kill dudes around Fort Nerith. Definitely not a daytime task. Let me safely exfil, and I will go back to my central server to hopefully rubber band slightly less. And be in nighttime, too. I am enjoying... I think the update also optimized performance a little bit. Heirloom in La Casa? I think so. By Fort Nerith, like northwest of Fort Nerith. It's not bad in the day they're bitches. I know they are. I just don't like urban combat in daytime conditions. I prefer my cover of night, you know, we own the night kind of thing. Listen, I play this game the most boring way possible. As in, I just follow the Ranger Field Manual. I lack any whimsy whatsoever. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. Oh, we're actually doing pretty okay. Well, yeah, sure, now it's stuttering because it's like, we're doing pretty okay even without jettisoning kick. Interestingly enough, we had to do that. So there was definitely some kind of stealth patch that did good things for performance. You do a day raid if you have extra dude on you. Night raids are ideal for solo. So I'll do a day raid if I have the opportunity to use my extreme range advantage. Like, I'll snipe a bitch like a motherfucker if I have like a good at least 100, 150, 200 meters of distance on them. I will do that, sure. I'll do that all fucking day. If I am expected to be in, you know, exchange of fire kind of situation, no, count me the fuck out. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Okay, I guess we can do more gunny shit. Blackjack, Nomad is not taken. We can do more gunny shit. You know what I'm gonna try to do? I have a Fort Nerith task that I could fuck around with a little bit. Name your poison. What the hell is that? Locate the poison in the shadow. I need to take it to the barracks, though. what I could do is I could take the kill quest for the boss. Retrieve dog tags. No, that's not the quest I'm looking for. There was a kill quest to kill the boss of Huh, for some reason it's not here anymore. Maybe it's kind of offset. Or did I accidentally complete it? Mysterious Justice, that's one-time pads, retrieve dog tags, retrieve interrogation. I could swear I had a kill quest for Baran. AVOD again. That's an okay location, and also nighttime. Tasks. Let me just check manually. Along Airfield, Sawmill, Midnight, Hunter's Paradise, Fort Nereth. Retrieve dog tags, retrieve interrogation notes. Was that a handshake quest? Retrieve valuables. No, I just don't have that. The kill quest for Savanpa and the Nagasa only counts for shit in Nakasa. Luckily, there are about a bunch of assholes in Nakasa. Yeah, that's true. I thought I had a kill quest for Baran, and it's not here anymore. Oh, maybe it's... Yeah, never mind. I'm confusing it with an entirely different quest. I'm confusing it with the one over here. Neutralize the LAF commander in charge of Midnight Sapphire. So he's probably up on the roof. And, elevation being what it is, I guess I could snipe him from the waterfalls, but getting to the waterfalls is a whole can of worms. See, I usually save Midnight Sapphire for having people with me, preferably adults. You know what we can do? We can burn some time by going to Sawmill and... I don't like the idea of having to go take Aguila. But Sawmill, now that I have all of the keys to it, is actually a pretty easy-peasy farming spot. I also found the Rice Depot key, which is also a very fun night raid. Like, late game becomes, at least for me, it becomes very, very biased towards night ops. Alright, let's call a bird for Sawmill. Let's not waste time. Like, let's get some action.
Raven on station and ready to pick you up.
Yay!
Get ready, we're moving out.
I don't even have any quests to do at Sawmill. I just like to go there and ruin everyone's day. The only way I would have even more fun at Sawmill if it was populated by LLA assholes. Because that way I would also be effectively farming the same type of ammo I'm expending to clear it out. We need to pick a fun quest for today. What's a fun quest to do? No, Terry, would you like to hit Airfield? Okay, the helicopter ride is still a little rough.
Get ready. 1 minute.
I would really like a bigger backpack. You're harassing vicinity, so not a bad idea. Okay, let me finish. Okay, I'm gonna do the following. Let me give you an invite to the squad. However, I want to do Sawmill first, and I'll hop into the VC in the server.
Approaching the LZ. 30 seconds.
VC, you should have access to it. Hopefully it won't tank my bandwidth. But yeah, whenever you hop onto the squad, just join on me to the same server. Once I'm done clearing out Sawmill, we can move over to Airfield and clear that bitch out. I have 2 handshake quests there and a Banshee quest to boot, so lots of things to do.
Go, go, go!
And Airfield is a squirrely fucking environment that I prefer not to tackle alone. If anyone else wants to run Airfield with us, just let me know. I'm gonna pull you in. I thought I heard a suppressed gunshot just now. Sawmill may be tenderized. I'm pretty sure I just heard a gunshot. No, they're not aggroed. Well, I'm hearing gunshots somewhere, and I don't think that's my faction. That's another faction. Why do I see a task over here? What is this? Locate reflex cams. Okay, that's good, but I don't have reflex cams for you. So you're just gonna have to sit there and wait. I wonder if someone is up. Yep, I see a player. I see a player. I'm interested how thorough was he, and how many keys does he have? That's going to inform if there's anything left for me to do here. He seems to be exfilling, so let's see our open doors for a quick moment. Take out the guys over there by the lumber mill if they're up. Yep, they're up. Oh, no, never mind. He's already killed them. Ha! So I wonder if he's doing Lab Rat's quest. Which means that there are potentially still assholes on the interior. I want to slope down a little bit. Okay, so he's not doing the handshake quest because those doors are still closed. So he is doing the black box one. Not seeing any dead patrols, at least not at the density that I would expect to. Door is open, but he might not have a key to it, so... Okay, I'm seeing some dead bodies. Right, but if he was doing lab rat stuff... That door is closed, so I'm leaning towards there still being stuff to do. At least stuff to loot. Okay, now Terry is still in another server, so he's going to join up when he can. I'll crank my audio up slightly. It is interesting to hear the exchange between suppressed and unsuppressed fire. Okay, the loot room is untouched. So we just get shit for free. Hell yeah. Don't mind if I do. Oh, come the fuck on. Come on. There you go. We're gonna close this door so that no one sneaks up on me. Okay, fully loaded AK. Not my favorite, but I'll take it. SVD adapter. Anything good? Trash, trash, trash. Okay, great. Anything here? Mortar. Okay, that's something. Of course, we're instantly overloaded with the mortar, but that's fine. That is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. If he is doing handshake stuff, he did... No, not handshake, lab rat stuff. He did not check the doctor's office, and there's a firearms case there. Type 2 belt. Right, he seems to have cleaned them of cash and grenades. What is he using? Really, soft point? Okay, whatever. Oh, that's Capte. He took his Glock. Which is understandable, it's not a bad Glock. I can see why you'd want it. I prefer when it's fresh out of the box, but... Ah, he cracked the firearms case. Anything good inside? I'll take the sloppy seconds, sure. Does Copte have a consistent appearance? He does. He has like a big, recognizable crest on his chest, and a stage 3 Norwood. I'll check the storage just in case. Might as well make myself at home. See, I am more greedy than I am bloodthirsty, so I really don't mind not having to clear these assholes myself. Ah, he had the key to the other thing. That's too bad. Maybe he left something behind. May as well check. Panzer... I could take the Panzer. Mosin, trash, 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 trash. Alright, probably not gonna get anything better. Alright, out we go then. Right, I'm gonna start moving up to airfield. Because we're about to lose daylight. And I would prefer to not have to server hop. Notera, are you coming or what?
You mean Falang, right?
Yes. I don't know that there's another airfield. Oh, your Fugi is kind of fucking big. Just a second, let me minimize you. You are oppressing me by taking up space, or something. Yeah, let's sideline you. Check your pixelated privilege.
Oh god, now I need acetylene cylinders.
So the only confirmed place where those spawn is the truck depot in Tiger Bay. We can try doing that to look for them. But those are
feeling Tiger Bay right now, but
yeah.
I am feeling airfield.
Yeah. Just join me on the server, and I'm slowly making my way to the airfield anyway. I do need to drop my shit off because I'm overloaded, because I just got a whole free loot room to myself.
Fair enough.
And I don't feel like fighting for a Guilla to drop it off. Airfield.
Long rifle or DMR?
DMR, because we're gonna go at night. So that long rifle ain't gonna do shit for you. Oh my. A Demon 555, thank you for the follow. I don't know why you got that alert. That's not an alert that I set. What the hell is sound alert smoking? I'm gonna go ahead and fix that momentarily for you. I am going to go Golf 2 and go to Falcon to drop my shit off. Once I'm on the bird, I'm gonna tab out to see what the fuck that was all about. Probably cook my GPU trying to open up Chrome again.
You mean Golf 3, right?
Yes, I do mean Golf 3. It's not a very legible font at that scale, okay? That's not a me problem, that's a UI design problem.
My favorite thing recently was going to Nomad on a lark and getting a free PMC case for it.
Nice.
I'm at the LZ. Hurry up and get in.
You gotta check those cases. You get a lot of nice freebies. I think I got at least 2 different sets of white phosphorus night vision.
Raven, wheels down and
You'll take some Bakamitai. So the Bakamitai is supposed to be there. The audio is correct, but you're not supposed to... it's not supposed to be Deadpool soy pogging. It's supposed to be my VTuber model actually singing Bakamitai. So we're gonna check that one momentarily.
We're taking off.
Sound alerts is just kind of fucky. I understand third-party service relies on API stability, all that good shit. But damn, keep your stuff in order.
I think my favorite trait might have been basically, look, here's a helmet. Here's a full-ass plate carrier. You can stick it in there. See that plate carrier? You can stick it in this backpack.
Sadly, you cannot also do that. Okay, well, that's a wrong source. What the fuck? Set animation, select GIF. There it is. Alright, let's select that. There you go. And we're gonna go back to... I'm gonna replay that. Hello, browser source? Are you drunk? Motherfucker.
Get ready. 30 seconds.
Hello? Well, that is what it was supposed to look like. Alright, I need to open and then close my 55 tabs in order to not lose them. Oh, Aidman, your username sounds familiar. I think I've seen you around on Twitter. But yeah, there you go. There's your correct alert. If I am to suffer the embarrassment of performing Bakamitai, or at least pantomiming it, I insist on being able to use that. Now that I think about it, I wonder if... It's probably not available in Fist of the North Star, otherwise there would have been clips of Kenshiro singing it. Purple Guy Discord. Oh, that's right, that's right, that's right. Did not make the connection instantly. But yeah, I do float around Purple Guy Discord. That's an honest mistake. I mean, it's difficult to follow, like, every talking head across every platform. Alright, I'm gonna take my drinky poo. Someone ran up to me while being shot. Yeah, kind of comes with the territory, I guess. Damn, dudes are in their jump out boy drip. Alright, let me sell my shit. There's a lot of you, too.
Alright, drop y'all shit real quick. We gotta go into airfield to get this fucking Viper guy.
Ooh. We're going to airfield too. We may have an easier day of it.
You see the glasses? Not normal aviators.
The glasses? Just a second. Let me give me a moment to appreciate the drip. Just a second. I need to swap out my mags. Where are you? Oh, gold rim rose aviators. Did you get that off of a starter boss?
They're going to the airfield to kill Viper. I found Viper in a fucking village with a dozen other assholes I smoked.
Ah, okay, so Viper drops them. Good to know. Good to know. I mean, if Viper is there, because he's a roaming spawn, right?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so I have tasks. I'm not just going to kill everything I see, which means I need my task item, actually.
Well, purple, what you call it? Purple suitcase and all that.
Yeah, I need the purple suitcase, but I also need to use an SD card to extract. Boys are playing paintball over here. Where is SD? Nice shades.
Let's go kill the boss. Let's go.
Minor notaries. Consider your answer very carefully.
To be fair, I made sure to keep my pair of those.
Of the round ones? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I went out of my way to get a new set after I lost my previous ones on disconnect.
Oh no, that's exactly what happened to me.
Yeah, I mean, like, we both play this game anally enough to not lose kit to deaths. And I'm still holding my breath to actually get that back. Motherfucker, I may have reset the quest, because I don't seem to have the SD card. Yeah, reset the quest for me. Okay, business or pleasure. So we need to clean out the shithole, the dump on the side of it, what is it, the luggage depot, and then we go into Fulong Airfield proper.
So you have business or pleasure, or you don't anymore?
I have it. I had the SD card on me, but I lost it on the hard disconnect that I had.
And I'm gonna grab final checkout.
You're also gonna grab... Okay, I have final checkout. Okay, I'm gonna grab both then. Usually I prefer to kill everything, but there are people heading that way anyway.
And a set of cryptic signals.
Cryptic signals, oh. I don't have those. I have false positive, but that's a different one.
Yeah, it's up there at Nyashing.
You say that like that's a sound that means something.
It's a farm by Papa 2. You have Papa 2?
I do not have Papa 2, nor do I have that task. We can still do it. No, it's
to be fair, we can swing northeast, hit Blackjack, and go directly north to Papa 2, because it's always good to have more LZs.
Okay, I don't have any LZs north of here, so... We can do that, and by the time we clear Blackjack and we turn back here, it's gonna be nighttime, so... No, I'm gonna grab my DMR, though. Or will I? No, I'm gonna stay on the MCX, because it's funny. So, you're on marksman duty. Call your bird.
Oh, where are we going?
Well, you said we were going somewhere to grab Knight. Not Knight, Blackjack.
Oh.
Let's grab Blackjack.
Like
Let's grab Blackjack,
we could do that.
Then go south, get final checkout, and then go business or pleasure.
Yeah, I can lift you to Papa 2 real quick. I forgot. You could just fly there.
Yeah. I've found the flashlight to be superfluous with the way I'm running my MCX now, because I found an IR unit that has flashlights, IR illuminators, lasers both visible and invisible. But at the same time, I kind of like the drip of having a dedicated flashlight.
I just use it on the pistol. If I can use light, I'm safe.
Like I have a regular. It is kind of a weak flashlight compared to the Surefire. So yeah, probably worth keeping it.
But no, I have access to PEX from Banshee, so IR flashlights are no brainer.
I have PEX, but this one is a D-ball PL, so that one I don't think.
Yeah, they don't have those.
Yeah, so that's why I have it, because it has like all of the things. What are you running with? SEM4?
Landing, get in, go!
I'm gonna try to rebuild my IRL MCX once I get Banshee to level 4. If he doesn't sell the Chode handguard, the one that comes with the camoed one, I'm just gonna move the camoed handguard to the FDE MCX and it's gonna be close enough. Speaking of my actual MCX, next Saturday I am doing a cam stream, which will involve me modifying my primary rifle until the ATF shows up to shoot at my tannerite-filled dog. But yeah, I'm going to be installing the AS Design clutch for it to go super safe. So make sure to mark that down on your calendars. That's Saturday morning, 11 a.m. CST. Or are we on CDT? CDT. 11 a.m. Central. Fuck it. We're going to be playing with guns on stream. If we have time, I will do a complimentary cleaning, and I'm also gonna attempt a samurai sword style wrap on my breaching shotgun, because I now have flat paracord, and I think it would be funny.
So do you want to mess with false positive at all?
False positive? Yeah, sure. Let's go kill everyone.
Based on this dick in your mouth.
I know, right?
Okay, good, because notching is actually pretty hot.
Well, maybe we shouldn't do it in daytime then?
Okay, fine.
Best I have is 4x magnification, so. Alright, we're taking blackjack.
Well, as a note, like, one of the best things is right across that river there to the north, there's a really cute hill that gives you a great view with trees.
I think I'm aware of that spot. I have a turncoat quest over there. But I don't have the reach now. I'm running a 6-inch 300 blackout. I also wondered about a hypothetical, but then sort of found my answer to it on my own. Which was, I wonder if any of the Q products like the Fix are ever going to be in-game, and knowing where Madfinger gets their leads for gun companies, and knowing the mood in which Kevin usually attends those, my answer is leaning towards no. So sorry guys, I don't think we're getting the Honey Badger or the Fix or the Boombox. I think there's usually assholes over there. Oh, that's night, okay. See if I see warm bodies tragic. I know. I'm gonna pop my binoculars to scope out any worm targets. And I see one patrolling in front of the house. He... the 165, he's gonna come outside on the other side of the house. Did you get him? Or are you getting someone else?
I gotta stand. There we go. Hello.
I'm gonna go slightly downslope because I do not have range. Got him. How many guys are there? Typically 4?
Usually at least 4. Ears on, don't see, grenade time. Frag out.
Yeah, go wild. I'm far enough for it to... No, you've shorted it. Did not hit the money. Up, I see one. He's down. Fented out. It's probably not a final no on Kevin. Again, He wasn't very sociable during the event that both me and the Manfinger guys attended. Maybe he's more amicable on other events or for direct outreach. So, you know, never let go of hope. I know that the Palmetto State Armory guys are just a hard no. Like, they do not fuck with video games whatsoever because they can feel the state of California breathing down their necks. Cap, I have cover.
Blackjack is secured and fully under our control.
It's funny how I don't get any XP for that at all. Like I wasn't even here. Like we're not even squatted up.
That's lame.
I don't think that used to be a thing. Do these assholes have a mate 5-5? They should. Unload, okay. Well, I'm gonna grab their plate carriers, however dinged they might be. Hey, free is free. A little bit of cash, a little bit of water, a little bit of ammo. I could have anything good on him. Oh, this one has a Lancer, nice. Even though
I'm not taking their ammo, so double up on your search.
Okay, if you say so. I'll take this chocolate bar just because I can. Like, I understand that there's no extreme resale value, but... you know... penny saved is a penny earned. Ooh, corpse chocolate. Listen, he's still not even cold yet, okay? It's like taking a chocolate from from a friend. We're sharing the chocolate. He just doesn't get any because he's dead. Okay, I guess we work our way down. There's usually a number of patrols in our way, so...
You don't have a single drop, right?
A what?
The task is a single drop.
I have no idea.
Fair enough.
I haven't done it yet. I know that
It's easy enough.
the business or pleasure one... Oh, I forgot to loot this guy. The business or pleasure one is, it's a quest collectible that you then need to take in to the proper, like, the airfield building proper, and then it's a turn-in.
That's a C thing, or no, that's just a go one or a checkpoint.
Lights out. I see one. He's hurt. Now he's dead. Love it.
So yeah, that checkpoint... Wait! Hold on. Actually, you're gonna like this.
You have my attention.
Box.
Yeah, I am aware of the box there. There's another box right over here. And it's all shit.
Swear to God, the ammo boxes just keep having Russian garbage in them.
Yeah. Let me check ahead. I see 2 warm bodies by the tent over there. You probably have range on them, I don't. I'm running a diet ACOG. Alright, let me spot.
He's behind the hood of the truck.
Yeah. No visual. I think he might have bled out or you got him.
One or the other.
Well, let's go say hi to the locals. Preferably in full auto. I think I see a light. I
The light that fucking quest marker sheds. I never know.
I mean, if he's groaning and bitching, then he's still around. If not, then he's dead. Easy enough. Nope, he's moving. Got those hits. And I shall take your cash. Oh, what's in the duffel bag? Oh, necklace. Alright, let's keep moving. It's so nice to not be on marksman duty for once. Did you try out the EOTech magnifiers, or are you still running the aim points? Thought I saw a light.
I haven't fucked with it yet.
Warm body. 241. Down. I should at least switch off of full auto if I'm gonna LARP. Alright, let's go. Is there more? I don't see anyone. Messing around with the 5X EOTech's pretty solid. I think that's the one I have. Let me check.
To be fair, I am currently LARPing as Dink Chavez.
Yeah. Dink Chavez?
Yeah. Oh, she never read any Tom Clancy?
No. No, sir, I'm a VTuber. Do I look like I read?
I mean... But no, as far as I know, I've only ever seen one body at this checkpoint, but I could be wrong. And two, yeah, I'm sniping and eating at the same time.
Good for you. As long as you're hitting the target, I don't really care. This is new. Our objective is on the left-hand side. Up, I see one more. I lit him up, he's gonna bleed. But he's still not down.
3-man CP, 2 out of 3, 1 bleeding.
There's one on the right side of the toll booth, so watch out for that. He might try to circle around. Taking left.
Right man down.
Alright, where's the suitcase that we need? Did I accept the mission? I think I did. Yeah. A purple suitcase. Confirm the identity of the wearer. Oh. I would like to unsee that, please and thank you. Purple suitcase. Purple suitcase. Is that ear light? That is ear light. There's a duffel bag over here. Has a little bit of money in it if you want it. Okay, no purple suitcase yet. I see it. It's under the tent over there. It's over here. Alright, that's task complete. Guys are currently clearing out the airfield proper, so we want to hurry up, get that SD card, and then close it out while the airfield is vacant. Ooh, a VIP passport, I'm taking that.
Is there a turn for those, or what?
No, they just sell. The standard passport, there's a turn-in for that one. Alright, let's move towards the marker. Are you shooting at something?
I don't like lights, they offend me.
Fair enough. Valid crash out. Not even gonna question it.
Oh, I like this hill. Is there anything alive in the mechanics area here?
Yes. I don't think it's a mechanics area, I think it's a luggage processing
Cargo
area.
storage.
Yeah. I really hate the floodlights, because they look very much like searchlights from a distance, and I feel like that's deliberate.
There's a man running out there, so I'm gonna guess that everything's dead.
There's like 4 people running there. But there are no people running where we're going, so there's gonna be plenty of stuff to kill there. Walking up behind hard cover. Do not see anything above ground yet. One down and 1 audio. Nade out. Up. He's pushing. He's pushing. I do not see him, but he tried shooting back. You okay?
I'm good.
I think I hear a...
I see your searchlights and barrel fires, but you know.
Shut the fuck up. Alright, I think my stuff is somewhere here. but I don't remember where. One of the bags, maybe? Search box, SD card, hell yeah. Okay, we're good to go.
Where is it?
It's in the container over here. To the right of the door.
Big yunk.
Alright, we can go to airfield. Plastic container, I wonder what's inside. Nothing much. Oh yeah, I need to refill ammo. Alright, let's be careful. They probably went through one of the primary entrances, so there could be stragglers around. So let's stay frosty. We need a PC inside of the primary terminal. So expect resistance. And expect lots of searchlights too. Seems to be a feature of the landscape. Aha! Well, I guess we get to hop a fence. God fucking damn it, the searchlight spooked me.
Reasonable.
I mean, it looks exactly like a dude looking with a searchlight.
Yep.
I believe that that is by design. Alright, they stripped him of ammo, so... If anything, the boys were thorough. So let's just figure out our quest and move on. Low-grade gunpowder, though.
Might have been more too much of that.
I usually keep like 2.
I have 6 at least.
Nice. Anything good?
Junk.
Oh, they didn't touch the military crate. Patrol. Patrol is one of the smaller ones, right? Do you need an extra fanny pack?
Not really.
Yeah, I'll take one. There's a 6B45 over here if you want it. Otherwise, probably nothing. Mortar? You want a mortar?
You got the weight space for it?
I do.
I do not.
Okay. I must have missed it. Huh. Not a kickable door. Interesting. I think this is the PC we need. Yeah. Alright, now we need an exit for the obese. Oh, Viper. Interesting. Level 3+. His plate carrier looks kind of cool.
Oh, homie over here has a brand spanking new Elite 4. I will have that.
Is that an Elite 4? Modular operator carrier. Hey, you can have it. I don't want it. He was killed with a headshot. So.
Oh, right, I forgot that's the one with no back. Yeah, I'll just sell it.
Looks like he got his back blown clean off. Plus, their M4s are kind of stacked.
Might be Viper's entourage if he has one.
Secured. Nomad is under our control.
Alright, I guess we can just mosey out and let me see if there's anything else to do. Search along airfield, find the hostile group's intentions. Shit. I guess we need to find a readable or something. It's usually what find intentions means.
And it circles the entire fucking terminal.
Of course it does. Well, I mean, there's only so many places where a readable could be, so it sort of narrows it down slightly. A little bit of money. Oh, reflex cam. I take those. Hell yeah. Let's check the loot room just in case, if there are any readables on there.
And the ATM mocking us.
Yeah. Drifter already has an ATM hacking tool, but I forgot to ask where he got it. A one-way door. Wait, if it doesn't kick this way, maybe I can kick it from the other side? Surely. No! Okay, interesting.
Get to the second floor, or is that just a lie?
There used to be a second floor, but I guess not anymore.
Hello, stairs.
Downstairs? Stairs are actually fat-phobic, thank you very much.
Untouched unit equipment box.
Ooh.
No. Not even a blue helmet.
That's too bad. I always look forward to the blue helmets. Alright, I guess we need to go over to the tents then.
Yes. Or, what about that spot that's,
that's lit up?
Yeah, perhaps.
It's also possible that we need that shit over there because it had a laptop previously. Yeah, there's nothing here. This is, just a break spot. Any good ammo? M80 ball, M80 ball. Yeah, all M80. Damn.
Bingo.
Found it? It's a laptop?
Yep.
Okay, I'm coming. Just collecting all these free grenades. And it's also the good types too, so... Where is it? Oh, there it is. That the last thing we need? Access the flight manifest database. God, Handshake, you suck. .45 ACP Hydroshock, don't mind if I do. That's probably back at the office, right?
Yeah, I guess we're back in here again. It's not this computer this time, though.
Wait, flight manifest. That's usually... Let's check under the sheds real quick. Just in case. Nothing here.
It's this computer this time.
Ah, okay, I'm coming. Quickly check for valuables. Nope, nothing. Alright, I'm coming your way. We can hit a Banshee quest on the way. Do you have the Sunny Skies? Or, yeah, Sunny Skies.
I did, but also now I know how to do it.
Mm-hmm. You don't have to do it, and then you lost it?
No, I know how to do it.
Oh, you know how to do it. Okay. I mean, it's there, and I have the key to it, so... And it drops ridiculous loot, too, so... I would say we should double dip, just for sake of time economy. If you don't mind. Or do you want to go serve it in?
It's fine.
Hmm? There's an M700 on this dude. If you don't want it, I'll take it. It's not in the best shape, but it's a free M700.
Alright.
All
We'd be going down the runway
Yep.
for a bit.
Yeah, I'd prefer to not walk on the runway proper, given the number of people with M700s and Motions around.
What they give them M700s is definitely an upgrade this time.
Yeah. They were making good use of the Motions back in the day, so. Readable for something else. I don't think I've ever been up here.
I mean, cash register and food as you like.
Yep. Alright, let's move. They're adding a visibility indicator in one of the next patches. So now you no longer have to second guess whether or not the AI can clearly see you under certain weather and lighting conditions.
That'd be nice because right now I feel like it's dusk in Texas right now.
Yeah, it's about that. Like, I'm running without my nods on. Usually it'll only get dark enough indoors and maybe like deeper into the night. I think we're also running a full moon. No, not even a full moon. It's like a waning moon too. I think there's one or two assholes patrolling the exterior, so be careful.
I can tell you about the time that cryptic signals marker back there in point 3 before that was a thing. I was at the end by Gulf 2. Hello.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, I sort of sat there because I thought the signals marker was a human.
Oh, yeah.
I can tell you I can hit it now.
I mean, at least those markers have a use now. Even if it is just walk up and touch it.
The fucked up thing is, for whatever reason, they tend to be surrounded by the deadliest assholes on the planet.
Well, because it's a quest now, so therefore there needs to be some kind of hazard for you trying to touch all of them.
Yeah, I got one in the forest that way. At about 3:33.
You take right, I'll take left. I'm pulling up binos. Looks like that was a patrol. Do not see anyone alive. What are you shooting at?
Riverbank lurkers.
I don't see anyone.
I got at least one glint.
Okay. They're promising darker nights too, if I recall correctly.
Don't tell me you can't see that shit. There's 2 dudes there. 3.
Nope. Where? Give me a compass reading.
346.
Oh, okay, I wasn't looking in that direction. Okay, I see them. Not through anything they can shoot, but they're there. I have more grenades than I have anything to do with.
Pretty sure there's still a guy behind that wall, so if you crouch, you can probably spend all of them there.
Yeah, probably not all of them, because I have, like, in excess of 20, of 12 at least. Guy crouching behind a wall, you say?
Or I could have been seeing things, I never know.
All I hear...
Bleed out, you shrimpy motherfucker.
All I hear is the crack of your bullet, and that's it. Strychnine, sure, I'll take it. Yeah, it's empty. It's free and clear, so go get your loot. Oh, someone bled out outside. That's probably one of your customers by the river there. Someone was through here recently based on the open doors. So maybe light on the loot. Yeah, yep, it is. Okay. Then it's just the task. Yeah, someone breezed through the entire place, cleaned it out. Likely the same party. Which is, you know, not entirely unexpected given the density of loot here. Usually a disgustingly rich drop on pretty much everything. Cash register also cleared. Excuse me. Alright, let's go touch the stuff in the basement.
You know, if they replaced every other broken screwdriver with an acetylene canister, I wouldn't be mad.
You're just biased because you want it to be useful. Alright, now we need to go check the river. Yep, cleaned up pretty thoroughly. Do you remember? I think we need to follow a path to find the bodies.
Well, it's actually a lot simpler. You just follow the fucking
yeah, the
follow
dirt
the
road.
shoreline.
I found it by following the dirt road.
Either one, 6 to 1, half a dozen of the other.
Yeah.
I like how the commentary for that task is, yeah, these guys are really lazy.
Hey, that tracks. Alright, let's go offload a tomahawk and then figure out where we're going. We still have the full night in front of us, so we can go and do some target-rich environments.
I don't know. I still have Shadow over Banpa and Banpa Horror. Cultist business.
Ah, I have one of those. We can do it. With the two of us, should be relatively quick to wipe out the entire village. That sounds bad out of context. It's a bad village. It's a fentanyl trafficker village, I promise. Everything bad that will happen to those people, they deserve.
Shit like that is why they pay people to live like next to cartel controlled areas, just because otherwise you know you can wipe it out.
Which already makes the cartels more intelligent than whatever we're facing here.
I blame the European heritage.
Okay. Stock on ammo, DSLR, diamond necklace, cash. I'm not gonna sort any of it, I'm just gonna eat and then we can move. Where's my MRE?
Fucking get me white lithium grease, you bitch.
I can give you white lithium grease. Just a second. Where are you? White lithium grease is reasonably common. There you go. I just don't pick it up because it takes up a shit ton of space.
By the way, do you happen to need anything?
Just a second. I will tell you what I need. I need a P1 radio. I need... Well, everyone needs acetylene. Reflex camera. What else? I'll quickly tap through all of my backpacks. Biometric thumb drive.
Everyone needs those.
The one-time password pad, the ones from Fort Nereth. Yeah, that's about it.
Fair enough. Oh, right, hold on.
You have a nearby LZ?
I'm just gonna stick this where you can see it.
What is that? Oh, reflex cam, thank you. Let me get that one off my hands. Thumb drive. Delayed package. Business. Oh, I need to hand in the handshake one. Wait, retrieve the hard drive and report back to handshake? What the fuck?
Oh, did you not check that part?
I did not check that part. Did I leave the fucking hard drive there?
You remember the computer that we last interacted with? Yeah, you have to touch the tower.
I hate that so fucking much. God, handshake, you suck.
Hope I can make that run.
Well, I mean, we're unloaded, so I guess, yeah, let's go. They wouldn't, they're gonna respawn by the time we get there, I just know it. I mean, it is on me for not checking the quest marker. I accept responsibility, but I will bitch the entire time anyway. Just a second, I need to ban someone real quick. Hey, there you go. Seriously, the only contribution that Kick gets me is having to tab out to ban someone, that's usually a bot, and eating up my bandwidth, that's all it does. Like, I am considering maybe Rumble is a more appropriate replacement for it.
Perhaps. I couldn't tell you, I'm not that guy.
Should work on the same premise, though. I can just replace my stream key with the Rumble key. My gripe with Rumble is that it didn't let me upload videos in excess of 3 hours, and like every podcast video I've done is in excess of 3 hours.
That is rather silly.
It's probably a memory limitation thing, like they need to pay for server space. I understand that. I don't have to like it, though. As long as I can flagrantly drag my nuts across Skid Harpuchaya's face, I will continue to do so. Oh, gotcha guns. Oh, welcome raiders. How are you doing today? Were you touching guns? Gotcha raid. Hey, gotcha. How are you doing? We're playing a little bit of Gray Zone. Welcome raiders. Welcome. Why do you have flashbangs? No, please no. Ah, that's very bright. Hello, Raiders. My name is Kuromaru Onii-san. I'm everyone's favorite tactical Oni no Onii-san and the sole proprietor of the Oni Dojo. We are currently hunting third worlders through the bushes. Hello, hello. You touched so many guns. What kind of guns were you touching? Hello there, Ferocious Kitsu. That's an appropriate intro noise. Life do be like a no theater. Life is theater, but if you are a weeaboo, it is no theater. PS90, nice! And the AUG mostly? Gecko Chaser, welcome to the Oni Dojo. You're welcome to stay, but I discourage you from attempting to leave. I will be expecting you to be able to bench press your body weight by the end of the quarter.
Fuck!
What happened?
We are hot.
Oh, great. Circling left. You're an AUG denier. I mean,
reloading.
We've successfully achieved the technology to unbullpup the AUG, so the AUG no longer scares us. Where are we hot? I'm gonna chase you just so that we don't get separated.
There were 6 dudes in that fucking office.
All right.
Watch right.
With you. He's still up. He's still up. There's more to the right. Let's go around, yeah. Good thinking. Is there an angle here? Unbullpup and gaped it? Yeah, that's what we did. That's what we do. That's what the AUG deserves. There's audio from the cafe. Watch left, I'm watching right.
Loading.
Left side. Pull back, pull back, pull back, pull back. Looking for signs of life. But yeah, as you can see, we get a little tactical over here. PS90. Wait, PS90 is the, it's what? Is the civilian version of the P90, right? Am I misremembering me? I hear them in the office. I do not have eyes.
Hold on, I'm pushing left to the other side of this garage.
Let me back you up. Watching him do the exact opposite calls is sending you. Wait, who's doing the exact opposite calls? The opposite to bullpupping, unbullpupping and gaping? We gotta keep that magwell tight. With you.
One more on the second floor on the right side.
Oh, telling him to watch left and he's right. Listen, that's okay. It takes a little bit of a communication. If he's not responding to my exact command, it means that he has a stimulus that's on the other side of the hangar. He's down. Notary is a sly operator. If he's not immediately reacting to my inputs, it means that he has an overriding input, and I trust him to make that judgment call. I hear the boss. Viper is here.
See that door across the way? Hard sprint.
With you.
Barrel cover.
I don't
Unfortunately, these fucking doors are locked.
Yep.
Okay, back up.
Yeah,
Back up,
yeah.
back up, I got you.
I'm trying to get an extra angle from here. No angle. Gotcha. Give me a moment to get out of a spot where I can get shot, and I'll be right with you. That was Viper. Yep, he's dead. Alright, I'm gonna go find a safe corner. I saw one move, I saw one move. He's in the building over there. Do not have angle. Give me a second while I give Gotcha a shout out. Cover me. Oh boy, speaking of touching guns, we're going to be touching guns on Saturday. I will be installing an AS Design Super Safety onto my MCX, so feel free to follow and to tune in for that Saturday morning, this Saturday. I will be doing that up until the point that the ATF kicks my door down and shoots at the stuffed dog full of tannerite. Alright, I am back.
Okay, so we don't need to deal with any of that shit. We can back out and use this entire building as cover. Fuck those guys.
Gun touching, yeah, lewd, unprotected, uncensored gun touching. Up to and including entrails with lots of lube. Check windows. One! Reloading, switching to full auto. I hear shots. Was that you? I love how we get a full reset of the mobs, but we don't get a reset of the fucking loot. Cover me while I
this place
recover
is
it.
all fucking glass. That's the wrong PC.
Where? The one in the corridor over here? I do not have a prompt to recover anything.
Come here, this way.
Just a second, he's walking up on me. I'm gonna throw a grenade outside. Careful. Bounce on that shit. Alright, I don't see anyone. Is this the PC?
Yep.
Alright, there's the card. Thank you. That's not the card, that's the fucking HD drive. That's the only thing we need, right?
We can get the fuck out the same way we came in if you want.
Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good. It's not like there's anything worth fighting over. But yeah, Raiders, as you can see, we get a little amateurishly tactical. We do a little bit of high-speed LARPing, if I may. In between doing said LARP, we usually react to video slop and talk about fitness and, you know, all things that are fun, interesting to engage with. Clearing the airport alone is fun. It is fun, but we're going for efficiency here over fun. Fun is for people with whimsy, and Notary and I both lack whimsy, mostly, so we go for efficiency and following the Ranger Manual. Speaking of which, let me check for our exfil. If you want to do false positive, we can go to golf too. We can go around the airfield building if you don't mind.
Through the back on the hill? Yeah, sure, we can go this way.
Yeah. We just need to be mindful of any stragglers and patrols, and we should be fine. But yeah, as you may have guessed, we talk about Japan quite profusely. We talk about martial arts and other combative arts a lot. We talk about guns. We talk about a lot of interesting things. Holding. No fun is for people who play alone, Lamau. Yeah, you do not enjoy that? You do not go there anymore? Same. What about Ferocious Kitsu? If you play Gray Zone, I think you would be right at home at our server. Because we frequently coordinate and we just run missions in VC, not only on stream but also off stream. If you input !socials, plural socials, it'll give you a join link. And we can have no fun together.
We're gonna walk into that checkpoint again.
Listen, it's their loss, not ours. Might need to type right. Socials, plural, with an S on the end. You almost got it. Third time's the charm. With you. There you go. There's the YouTube, there's a Discord link, there's also a Twitter link. If any of those doesn't work, which they shouldn't, rather they should work, you let me know and we'll get you set up. I don't think there's anyone here. I say
well, we did kill before the other guys did, or after the other guys did. So we might
okay, they are still on cooldown, yeah. First one is half intentional, the second one was not. Understandable. Fortunately, I am not so beset by bots that I need to set up arcane spellings of things. But if you're in the mood of checking your ability to spell things, you can also try typing !merch, and it'll show you something interesting.
Alright, we're headed for golf too, and we're just humping it. Fuck it.
Yeah. There shouldn't be any warm bodies here, so we should be fine. I'm gonna call a bird over to Papa 2.
Negative. Your requested destination is far too close.
Get
No,
the
for
fuck
Papa
out.
2,
Oh.
false positive is right there.
Well, listen, I didn't want to walk, that's it. I wanted to catch a little bird.
Fair enough.
That's fine. We'll make work of it anyway. But yeah, there is an official Oni Dojo patch that gives you some kind of Discord perks. I don't know which ones. I haven't thought of those yet. But it is a nice patch. People seem to enjoy it. It's possibly the best VTuber patch ever. I don't say that. People say that. They say it's a very nice patch, very well made. High quality, made to order.
I say that.
See, there you go. People do say that. And Codename also confirms it is a nice patch. It fits right onto your chevron loop section on any military-style shirt. You have to crash my server tomorrow when you play Greyzone? Yeah, do it. I will make sure to check that everyone who is a verified... Well, who's confirmed to be a real person has access to the VC, and yeah, feel free to have full access of it. Why are we at the cop? Don't we need to go and kill stuff?
Well, first, you have to hand in that thing from Handshake before you forget.
That is, yeah, very real. Task, where's fucking hand job? In progress, handoff, complete. Fantastic. Viper's a 1911 Commander. Is it a good 1911, I wonder?
It's pretty.
It is? Okay.
Very understated.
I'm doing a bunch of Sapphire runs lately, just try to get the money. Luckily, that's popular enough you don't usually have to clear the whole thing yourself. I've been very lucky to have the Drifter Fox just carry me through it every time I've been there. I need to try doing a nighttime run on Sapphire. I think it should be manageable because it's not ridiculous numbers. Danger Medic, yeah. I mean, he threatens a big and harmful game, but then he just beats the entire area for you and gives you half of the nice loot. I'm certain that's what he means by giving people paw jobs, I'm not sure. You hope so? Surely it doesn't have any other meaning. Like looting the booze, it's your favorite? Is there a special kind of booze that drops?
I mean, I can't imagine there's anything lower grade than Good Lad out there.
Not really. I kind of like passports, I don't know. The idea of supplying counterfeit passports. Snake wine? Is snake wine cheaper than the whiskey? I feel like snake wine
is the cheapest booze.
Ah, okay. I'm not caught up on the tier list. Circle right.
Nice big hill.
Yeah, probably my favorite is passports and credit cards. The fancy red bottle is one of the highest tier ones. I found nice alcohol once, and I don't remember what it is.
I mean, one of them's unpronounceable by modern man, so...
Ah. I'm gonna go deep. Zero visual on any warm bodies. I'll check through the house. Open door, dead civilian, probably a quest civilian. Chocolate wafer.
I got bodies on the ground.
Okay, then we can just take the task for free. Investigate the Nungzia farm report findings. Nope, you are not a report.
So there's some blue barrels in a truck that are on this way. Also, whether you do it normally or not, I encourage reading the aftermath of this fucking task, because this is pure flip-flop stupid.
Flip-flop stupid? That's my favorite kind of stupid. Do I see searchlights? I do not. I'm just paranoid. Okay, what else are we doing? Retrieve samples from one of the villagers. Locate any pertinent intel. I can't read. This is the pesticide quest?
Over here.
Did everyone just died from pesticide exposure from using it wrong?
It's not that it's wrong, it's that they use fucking carbofurin. Like, this is the kind of shit you use in places where humans will never tread, but you need to reduce like a plague reservoir to nothing.
I mean, at least there's not a plague here, so...
To be fair though, I kind of forget where some of the other ones are.
Probably readable somewhere. Usually that's what pertinent intel refers to. Rubber renew just casually on a corpse.
I haven't even found a way to fucking turn that in
I
yet.
love Ancient Orange. Who doesn't? Aviators. I don't like aviators. At least the non-special ones don't seem interesting. Damn, I neglected to get Viper's glasses. Shit. I didn't think about that. Ooh, a luxury phone. Small marketplace house key. And a free grenade. Any luck with the intel?
I'm pretty sure it's in the courthouse.
The red tinted ones, you've been wearing those a while now. I'm wearing the red Lennons, which I think is a vibe. I like round glasses. I think they look cool in the correct settings. Like, if you think that these make you look like a dork, that's because you already look like a dork.
I mean, I like red lemons because I'm a fan of madness. I can't really make any apologies for that.
I just think they're drippy. They look about the same. Not really. Aviators have a very distinct profile to them. IRL, I'm probably more of an aviators guy than a round glasses guy. Right here. Of course it is. How much... how do you feel about mixed lighting conditions?
Dude, I do most of my fighting in the day just because I refuse to do anything else.
Fair enough. Repossession 6, do you have that one?
Reposition 6, never heard of that.
Right, it's right over there to, just directly east of us.
Never been.
It's a campsite we need to clear out, so... Let me check. Yeah, let's go kill everything there, and then I'll take the quest. It's, it's a fetch quest for turncoat, so...
Oh, repossession.
Yeah. Am I slurring again? My intimidation question shouldn't be, did I stutter? It should be, did I slur? Kitsu, which faction are you? Are you the correct faction?
Alright, I remember this place. The other big, nice hill.
Yeah. Let me check the map. I think the way to approach this is through the woods as opposed to the path. And we may want to approach from the north. Like northwest. Because that way we're gonna have a lot of tree cover and good angles to take people out, because there's probably like 3 to 6 bodies there. And I see signs of life, but no actual life yet. Let me bino real quick. No visual angle is too low. Do you have eyes?
What? Uno.
Sorry, I don't speak taco.
Salsa, picante, pico de gallo.
I have the linguistic prowess of Team America #1. I wonder if I can climb this. It doesn't seem like it's intended to be climbable, but it looks like a very cozy sniper perch.
Ta-da!
Ah, motherfucker. Did you get up?
Yep.
Probably could crouch walk. Yeah, you can crouch walk up it. I don't see it anywhere. Up, I see one. Directly in the nuts. You hate to see it.
It's double nutted. So sad.
I mean, he did have a spare for a while. I need to spend some nades. Yeet. Alright, I'm outranged anyway, so I may as well... Did you just hit me with your fucking shrapnel?
Ow!
I don't know, I just made a sound. You are not observing good grunt. No, it didn't hurt me because there's no friendly fire. That's how I know it was your shrapnel, not mine.
Technically, if you're hittable, I'm hittable, so I'm at more risk than you are.
Well, I caught a shrapnel shard and you didn't, so... I'll take a drink of water, and I think we're clear to go and check on the rest of it.
I don't think there's anything else in there. They tend to wake up when you throw grenades.
Yep. Just stay on your tippy toes, and everyone's gonna make it out in one piece. Where do you have visual?
Dead man, one on audio to the right. Yep.
I am sprinting towards high ground on the left. People here? I do not...
we got all kinds of dudes. I hear shit to the left, I hear shit to the right.
Go on me, don't separate. Fuck it, I'm gonna put my nods on. Oh, I see you. Yeah, you know what? These lighting conditions probably still call for nods. Right side. I'm gonna throw a nade to liven things up a little bit. Alright. Who are these guys even? I hope they are LLA. Is my model sprigging out? A little bit. You okay? Are we competing for GPU real estate? No, we shouldn't be.
No, these are Viper Tactical, but they still got grenades.
Okay.
And ammo, for that matter.
Well, I'm not shooting that kind of ammo. I don't see any of them moving down there, but I'm gonna throw a couple of nades just for good measure.
Low
Yep.
Frag out.
I can't tell if he's inside of the house. Your favorite pastime, grenade fishing? Same. Damn, I left all my nades back at home. That's too bad.
They might be in the house.
Maybe. I did not have a visual on him, but that's also possible.
He's not on that side.
I see you using that tracer ammo. I say we just push and kill them all. It's not like there's too many left. A little bit of money. Gunfighter backpack. Online server connection lost. Try reconnecting. Please, can we not? Can we not do that? Thank you.
Can we seriously not do that?
Yeah, I would like to not lose another kit to just, you know, server issues. From across the camp. Oh, I see him. New squad leader? Can you invite me back to the squad?
Oh, fuck, really? Oh, you're in it.
I'm still in it. Okay, that's fine. You didn't need to reassign me, that's okay. Did you kill whatever was trying to shoot at us?
I thought you were shooting at us.
Do not have visual. It's probably in the house.
I love the South Central search method.
Did you get him?
Fuck if I know. I might have gotten a 5-year-old somewhere.
There are no 5-year-olds here. Children don't exist. There, you got him.
He's dead.
Oh, lovely. A locked door. It's probably loot inside.
Locked door, you said?
Yep. Not a kickable one. Don't get too excited.
Why wouldn't I be excited? I have the fucking key.
Oh, okay. I see how it is. Oh, there's an equipment box.
It's an M4A1.
Ah. Fair enough. Nothing too exciting, but we'll take it. Hydroshock 45, sure. M855 and Boattail Hollow Point. I use neither, so... Alright, let me check the quest, though. Repossession. Search Lookout Tower. Package waiting atop the lookout tower inside of the hiking camp. It's on the hill west of Fulong. Okay,
yeah,
so it's up on the tower.
Yeah, up top there.
Alright, then you keep gobbling the loot while I go and collect the return code package.
Tragically, it feels like they've really downgraded the viewpoint look. You hear that?
I do not. What should I hear?
I hear asshole.
I'm out of earshot, so he's closer to you than he is to me. I hear someone.
What are you doing down there?
Okay, I have my package. We clear?
Clear-ish.
Well, it's not like I can do anything from this distance. Alright, I'm clear to go. Let's see, where can we go? Oh, I need to go to a location over here. Because of course I can't just hand in stuff for fucking turncoat normally. It always has to be some fucked up roundabout way. What is the like a boss task for that other guy?
So, would you like me to help you out there? Because that one is going to take some doing.
Not today if it takes a while.
Well, we got to head to 2 poppy fields, back to Nashing, and yeah.
That's it? Just 2 poppy fields?
Well, and we got to visit an abandoned car.
Uh-huh. An abandoned car just in the middle of nowhere?
Well, for some reason, there were like 3 dudes when I was there was just standing near it, because fuck me, right? But then we got to go to Najing, and then we got to go back to the fucking hidden hangar by Falang, northwest of Falcon.
Aha. Okay, definitely not a today thing. Are you coming? I think you're going the wrong way. Terrain suggests a presence of patrols, so look alive. I think we're also by the Japanese bunkers somewhere.
Oh, there's more out here? I thought they were all by Banpa.
Maybe, not sure. Yeah, it's just a fucking chair. Do you know if the new Pokemon Champions game with like, from what I understand, just the combat for Pokemon, is that a Switch exclusive, or is that playable on, like, normal platforms for people who are, you know, not man-children? Okay, he just ignores me. Fine, be that way. Is your microphone broken? Because I heard you mumble something, but I couldn't make it up.
Are you asking me about Pokemon? Because I have no clue.
I don't know, maybe you knew by chance.
Fair enough.
Everyone sort of likes Pokemon, non-committally at the very least. That's not the building we need. There's the road we need, and it's bound to have assholes on it. Let me check what we're looking for, even. Store the package in the shed south of the camp. Okay. So it's gonna be a shed, probably with some assholes patrolling around it. I recently found a dual-tube digital night vision setup for $1,000, and it kind of whispers to me. Given that my use case is, you know, figuring out what I'm shooting at night without pulling up white light. Oh, he sees this. He doesn't see shit anymore. Oh, someone's returning fire on me. Whoa. On me. 257.
Spray up.
He could have moved. I see him. He's lit up. He is hurt, but I did not see him go down. Moving up. Nope, he's not down.
Okay, fine. Shit, I'll stop shooting at you for 2 seconds. Pecker has some bit.
don't see where he's shooting from.
Back up.
Left side, I hear him to the left. $210, $295, somewhere in that general. Oh, that's you. Is the corpse groaning, or is he still walking around?
Pushing into the truck.
Nice. I got an explosive kill over here. Ballistic kill, 300 blackout. Free grenade. Anything worth taking?
No.
I don't remember
An
shooting it.
AK-74M.
Keep it. Alright, we're looking for some kind of shed over here. I'll reload.
I have to unbleed myself a little bit.
You're bleeding?
Oh no, I was slightly for a time.
Alright, I'm gonna push up to the shed to deposit turncoat shit. Turn my fucking torchlight just in case.
I was fairly certain one of those grenades hit the mark.
Thought I heard assholes while you were speaking? Maybe I'm just hearing things. What were you saying?
No, I was pretty sure one of those grenades hit.
No, you did get a grenade kill. I saw one of them. Alright, task complete. Let me complete that, and I guess we can just go to Blackjack. That's probably the closest one to us.
Fair enough. Just in time to be assaulted by a cat.
But that's the best part. I'm watching YouTube shorts, shamefully enough, but it's about a cat who's a rescue, and she's apparently very, very mistrustful of people, so she started out, like, psychopathically aggressive towards the person who's rehoming her. But seems to be slowly socializing through a stable regiment of having to trade pets for churros. It's a stable exchange rate of about 5 pets per Go-Gurt tube. He's exercising a more conservative fiscal policy than the Fed.
I'm fascinated that the new big cat treat is basically cat Go-Gurt.
One of my closeness, how should I put this? Short distance financial aspirations is to have the spare cash to get a Maine Coon from a good ethical breeder. On the one hand, because I want to make sure that the cat has a clean bill of health, but also because I want to be able to pick out the coat.
Seems like a legitimate set of motivations to me.
See, I tried rescues. The last rescue I dealt with, through no fault of my own, unfortunately did not make it because we found it in a cardboard box with a number of like rapidly deteriorating pre-existing conditions. But I don't want to ride that emotional roller coaster anymore. So yeah, I'd rather pay $3,000 to a breeder.
Yeah.
Was that a sound of the $3,000 or of the emotional roller coaster?
Emotional roller coaster.
Yeah, see, that's why I'm willing to shell out $3,000 for a cat.
This thing, on the other hand, spent like months just sort of casually following me around where I live, but not like getting close.
Yeah, it's yours is a case where you had good visibility. Strays are generally okay. I just want a cat with a predictable temperament. I know how to deal with Siberian Longhairs. I know how to deal with Maine Coon.
Well, so. And then one day he just sort of walked in and acted like he owned the place, like he was always here and he was happy with it.
I live here now. I mean, that's nice to have. Okay, let me see. Banshee, Mysterious Justice, hard drives, thumb drives, buried on paper. I don't even know where that... Don't want to know where that is, actually. Reflex cameras, accept, hand in... How many fucking quests do I still need to do? About 1,000 and some change worth of rep, okay. Okay, I'm gonna call it a day. It's getting late, I have work in the morning, so we're gonna look for a raid target real quick. Ready ho, but thank you for tagging along. It's always nice to have a reliable point man.
Especially when you fucking forget hard drives.
Listen, yeah, I was juggling a raid and shooting, moving, and communicating. It's not my fault that I failed to read the task, even though it totally is.
I'm not blaming you, that's happened to me before too.
Yeah. And I should know better, because the original quest that this one recycles is, you know, has the exact same mission design. I should know that I am supposed to actually interact with the damn thing. Okay. Let me see who we want to raid for a good thematical fit. Let's see. Our choices are... Let me see if I can do a thing, and if we can't do, then I will pivot off of it.
I might have been lying. I don't have 6 low-quality gunpowder. I have 11.
Do you need... Oh, you have 11. How dare you. Okay, we're gonna start... We're gonna raid Leaflet, because we can. Make sure to follow the socials. There you go. Check out the merch. And, yeah. Pish posh raid? What? No, that's not the correct message. There you go, there's your raid message. Use whatever emotes you have. You can use this one if you're a subscriber. Right, so, Saturday, this Saturday, not the other Saturday, this Saturday, we're going to be doing a big hand cam stream. We're going to be touching guns, we're going to be disassembling guns, cleaning guns, modifying guns, lots of stuff that will... It won't get me on the ATF watch list, but it will definitely anger YouTube. So, be there to see it. This has been Kuro Onii-san, reminding you to lift heavy weights and put them back down at least twice a week. Bye-bye. I'm gonna raid out.